I didn't believe the spiritual stuff till my parents passed away. There are small occasions, so I don't have photographic proof. It was more physical. Hear me out. I was 14 the night my parents passed away. My grandpa's health was rapidly declining, and we were all trying to get my mom and dad to come, since we didn't think he'd make it through the night. They were already getting ready to come since my mom was his primary caretaker. They lived about 30 minutes away, so my brother, who also lived with us, decided to head out first, and they'd head out shortly after my mom finished her shower. My brother got to my grandpa's house first, shortly after, and after that, 17 minutes passed by. I'd called my dad beforehand to call him and ask if everything was okay, and to drive safe, since the road gets super dangerous to drive at night. The more that time passed, the more I started sensing that something wasn't right. You know when you get that feeling at the pit of your stomach? Yeah. I started panicking even more. My brother take out telling me to just calm down, and that they'd be there in a few minutes. I opened the front door so many times hoping I'd see their car coming down the street, but nothing. I eventually stopped, and I just waited a while more, until I saw faint lights from the corner of my eye, and I heard a car drive into a driveway. Then one door after another, 2 car doors closed. Call me crazy, but I just knew it was their car. My dad had a specific kind of car, so just by the sound of it, I knew it was them. I opened the door and my heart sank. There was nothing there. I looked back at my family, who also looked shocked. I looked at my brother, and that's when it started settling for him too. I'm not crazy, right? You guys heard that too? And they all did. At least 5 minutes passed, and that's when my sister got the call from my dad's phone that there was an accident. The second time, 5 months passed since the accident. My grandpa made it after all, but his health got even worse over time. The night before everything passed, he was already starting to lose it. My grandpa and sister, right there with him, just taking care, when all of a sudden he said, "Milo, Shago, Lazaro are coming to pick me up tomorrow. They said we're going to the beach." Those were my parents' name and my late uncle. The next morning he passed. My last encounter was in my junior ring ceremony. I was already so down just seeing other kids with their parents. I hate to say it, but I envied it. I was never truly grateful for what I had till I lost it. I was walking back from getting my ring when all of a sudden I felt a slight weight on my right shoulder. It felt like cold, but the grip felt like a hand. It wasn't like a tight grip, but like that grip someone does to comfort you. The moment I sat down, I started smelling familiar scents. My dad's cologne, and the one my mom used to wear. It could have just been me trying to make stuff in my head, but another part of me told me it was them, telling me that they're there with me. Encounter with a ghost or entity? Me and my girlfriend bought a small apartment for us and our daughter back in October 2021. Before we could move in, we had to do some renovations, as laying a new floor, painting the walls, etc. Once we were done, we moved in around the mid of November. It's a small 2-bedroom apartment on the first floor of a big block. It's not big, but it's cozy. To give an insight of how the apartment layout is, you come in through the front door to a small hallway, whereas you stand in front of the front door, to your back, you can see one door in front of you, the daughter's room. 3 doors to your left. One is the master bedroom, one is the toilet, and one for the bathroom. Then, next to the front door, there's a small window, and next to that, the door to the dining room and living room and kitchen. And on the left, there hangs a mirror. So as most of you would now know, when you start renovating on a small window of time, not everything is finished, as so it was with our apartment. The door to go to the dining room and living room wasn't done, so we removed the door to get ready for the paint job. We always sleep with our bedroom door open for our daughter, so we can hear her when she wakes up, or when she has a bad dream or stuff gives us more of a safe feeling towards our daughter. But this means I sleep on the door side of the room, and I can see the hallway in the mirror. That's in the hallway. So one night, I woke up around 2 a.m., and I saw that the light in the bathroom was still on. I could see it in the mirror in the hallway. I looked beside me and saw my girlfriend lay next to me. So I thought maybe one of us forgot to turn the light in the bathroom when we went to sleep. I thought nothing of it, and I got up and first went to the toilet. And as I was sitting on the toilet with the door slightly open, I looked in the mirror. With a sleeping head, I thought I saw something move in the bathroom under the crack of the door. The door wasn't fully closed, so I thought it's probably one of our cats. As I got off the toilet and went outside, I looked up in the mirror and saw a crack at the door, a figure. That's when my heart started racing, pounding faster. I shook my head and tried to brush it off, as if I'm sleep drunk, you know? So I moved slowly to the bathroom door, where on the open door at that moment, I almost jumped through the ceiling because my 2 cats were now sitting next to me and staring at the door. I looked down to them and petted them on the head, but they didn't move. Normally, if I do that, they keep asking for more attention. But they didn't. They just stared blankly at the bathroom door. So that's when I paused for a second to look back in the mirror. That's when I saw in the crack a face looking at me through the mirror. I rubbed my eyes and turned my head towards the door and opened it fast and hard with a push. And when I opened it, I saw myself standing in the bathroom looking towards my mirror and sink in the bathroom. That's the moment I fully froze and had the feeling I couldn't move or speak or yell. My heart was racing in my chest. I tried to go away or close my eyes and hoping this was all a dream, but I couldn't do anything. Then it turned to me and just told me, keep doing what you are doing. You're doing the right thing for now. When it finished saying these exact words to me, I then could close my eyes, and when I opened them again, it was gone. So I turned the lights out as fast as I could, closed the door, and took the cats with me back to bed to get under the blankets and try to fall asleep as fast as I could. I can only remember seeing the alarm clock. It was still 2 a.m., and then I woke up around 7 a.m. by the alarm to get up with my girlfriend to take our daughter to school. So I didn't tell anyone to my girlfriend about this encounter because I thought I was having a bad dream or something. Because in the past, I'd been to a sleeping clinic because I dream a lot, and I always felt tired when I woke up, even though I slept for hours, so they blamed it because I lay on my back or who knows. But anyway, back to the story. So I wake up, do my morning routine with my girlfriend and daughter, and we set off to bring our little girl to school. In the car, that's when I knew it wasn't a dream and it really happened. Because my girlfriend was saying to me, "Honey, did you leave the lights on again in the bathroom? Because I saw you getting up last night and go put them out." I look at her with a pale face and just nodded and didn't tell anything to her because I don't want her to think I'm crazy maybe. But for the record, I do not and did not take any medications, nor did I drink alcohol of any kind. But yeah, that was the first encounter I had. Now we fast forward a couple weeks. So a few weeks later, I was up late because I had a late shift, working from 2 p.m. until 10 p.m. So I came home around 10:30, and everyone was already asleep because my girlfriend had to wake up early and do the early shift at 5 a.m. I had my dinner as usual when it just stood ready for me in the microwave and sat behind the computer to do some video games and watch some YouTube videos. At around 12:30 was when I went to bed, but first I would always go check on our daughter and give her a kiss, and then I know everything is okay. I went to do my routine to go to bed. So I got next to my girlfriend. I cuddled her very gently and fell asleep almost instantly. I was sleeping pretty good, and at around 4 a.m., I woke up and I was lying with my back to the door, and I still had my arm around my girlfriend. I gave her a kiss on the back of her head and turned around. That's when I say, because the door that's always open of her bedroom, that there was a light in the living room. I didn't think much of it, so I stood up, went to the toilet, and looked back at my girlfriend in bed through the mirror in the hallway, when I heard a sound coming from the kitchen. Then my heart started pounding again, and the first incident, which at this point was actually forgotten, but then it came back to me at that point, and I knew instantly. It was one of my cats, because when I stood up to go to the toilet, I saw them both lying on the foot of our bed. So I took the first thing that I could get my hands on in the hallway, which was a broom, and went as silent as I could into the kitchen, ready to attack this time. When I came around the table at the opening of the kitchen, I was ready to swing like a real champ. And when I did, I stopped immediately because it was my girlfriend who was standing there, fully dressed for work and shaking by me because I was almost attacking her. She looked scared at me and asked if everything was okay with me. I looked at her and immediately touched her to see if she was real. And she was. And I asked her what she was doing here in the middle of the night. She looked at me confused and told me she was getting ready to go to work, and that I ran into the bedroom and went to look who I kissed, then who was next to me, but in the bed was empty. She followed me and asked me what I was doing, and then I told her. She freaked out and told me she was already up from 4:30, so nobody was next to me. But I was sure, and I'm still sure to this day, that someone was lying next to me. And she looked exactly like my girlfriend. And until this day, nothing ever happened like that, except sometimes I have the feeling that someone or something is on my terrace at night, or when I have my headphones on and I'm playing a game or something and doing work on the computer and everyone is asleep, I still hear my name called out throughout my headphones. So yeah, guys, this is a little story of my own, and one of the many reasons why I'm into such things. About 2 years ago, I was watching a movie at my sister's room and saw some white figure at the window with my peripheral vision. When I looked to the window, there was a faceless nun. Actually, I couldn't see her face, but I knew she was staring at me. Dressed in an all-white habit with a red cross on her gimp. It wasn't a crucifix. It was a red cross printed like at her gimp. I was in shock. I mean, how could someone get inside? To get to my sister's window where she needed to pass through my house gate and walk 25 meters without being noticed. And well, how could she? Well, I looked down to pause, and she simply turned left, walked away, and disappeared. But that should not be possible, since there's another locked gate and then a dead end. I barely slept that night. My eyes were watery and I was still in shock and telling myself it was just a hallucination. Later that year, I was drawing something, and when I realized I had drawn a fucking faceless nun, wearing many crucifixes with a weird crown, and with her arms wide open, looking like she was floating. About 3 months ago, I was drawing a female figure with charcoal, and again, I ended up drawing a nun, exactly like the last one, and I decided to put it on my closet door, because why the hell not? I'm hopeless, I know. My mom saw and hated it. Then I told her about the nun I saw years before, and she told me that maybe I see apparitions. Maybe I'm sensitive, because my grandma is. My mom said I should just throw the drawing away, but I didn't, and left that in there. My drawing, and they were side by side, arms crossed, staring at me at the top of the stairs, swinging, oscillating back and forth. I woke up very scared, and later told my mom about that. But she said I should burn the drawing, and so I did. But every now and then, I can't stop myself from thinking about the nun. Experiences from my first apartment. Is it paranormal or bad room engagement? I've left this apartment since 2018, after living in it for 3 years, but I'm still wondering and kind of creeped out thinking about it. Even if nothing really bad happened there, it was just weird and disturbing, as it was rented by a student agency from the government, giving flats and rooms for students with poorer parents. It was well aerated, carbon monoxide checked once a year. I was leaving home for uni, and the first semester was just fine. During the second semester, I sometimes felt watched. The first time, I thought it was anxiety, or because my room was messy. I had skipped cleaning that week, and I had read that if maybe you don't sleep well in a messy room. So I let it slide like 1, 2, or 3 times. I was always kind of messy, but not dirty, and I didn't experience that in any 8 homes that I'd inhabited in all my life. So I thought it was just bad room arrangement. One time it happened for 2 days in a row. I noticed that every time it happened, my room was messy and not cleaned. I usually clean 2 times a week, but I'll admit that I'd gotten lazy and only cleaned maybe about once a week. But the bins were changed and the dishes were done. It kept happening during the 3 years I lived there. Whatever the season, weather, or lifestyle, if it was happening and I was not cleaning the room the next day I would feel watched. I'm not scared of the dark or mirrors, but I had a mirror facing the entry of the bathroom, and I was afraid to see something in that mirror. One time, I begged to get some rest and promised I would clean the next day, and it just stopped, but kept happening if not cleaning twice a week. At that point, you probably think I would have been scared away into being a clean person, but each time, life would just, get in the way. The days after washing life just kept happening, and I was always busy, so I would end up judged by nocturnal eyes. After a while, I just brushed it off, even if I was still scared when it would happen. I was so uncomfortable that I would sleep with the night on. And that's a thing I've never done since early childhood, because I thought I was just, it was some sort of paranoia. A friend of mine had the same flat. We were neighbors, with the same furniture and same arrangement. And I always slept fine at her place, and I got a weird look when I told her what was happening, to see if she had the same issues. What really made me feel weird is that 3 different times I invited people over with a clean apartment, and on 2 times, the first one during the first semester, the guest felt watched. One of these times, I had 2 friends stay over for the night. They left, but later that month, after one of this night, I told them about it. asking them not to make fun of me. They asked why I looked tired. Then they stared at each other and hesitantly told me, "Well, we didn't want to scare you, but after sleeping at your house, we both had a talk because I told the other friend that I felt watched that night and it creeped me out. And she answered she felt the same. We didn't want to tell you because we didn't want you to feel uncomfortable after being so nice and letting us sleep in your flat." Weirdly, on the 2 occasions, I never felt watched, only the guests. I recently told my mom about it, and she told me, "It's like you had a soldier ghost in your flat, you know? Soldiers are forced to be very organized. And if he did some time of service there, maybe he was mad at you for messing up the place, you know?" She didn't know at the time that a small commemorative plaque was saying that Marine troops stayed there during World War II. After some research today, I find out that the building was from 1930 and classified as historical. It was a monument. It is used as flats for students now, and I knew it was old because the plaque, seeing the year, was weird. So I really don't know what to think of it. I knew 2 people there, and was the only one having this kind of issue. I don't know if it's reminiscent energy from all the tenants it had during the years. If it is, the ghost or energy of one previous tenant that was particularly versed into cleaning and sticking to the rules. Keeping it clean was part of the rules. Or anything else. Overall, I remember it as a nice flat, and I miss it sometimes. But some other times, I still think about this, even if it had been 5 years since I moved out, and I get chills. What do you guys think? I also have to say that this apartment was kinda humid, old, and had bad isolation, again old. But I knew 3 people in the exact same building, and they never got this, which is what I find weird. Honestly, I would think it was just really bad anxiety if 3 people didn't tell me they felt it while they were sleeping there. So I really wonder if there's really something about the, arrangement there and everything. But then, why only on certain occasions? Or if there's another rational or paranormal explanation. Sleep paralysis that I can't stop thinking about. Before I get into what happened, I feel like some context is important. My whole life, I felt very uneasy, and that there's something constantly around and watching me, specifically at night or when I'm trying to go to sleep. My sisters experience it too, and I think it genuinely scares us, but we joke about it, and so we've been cursed or something. It's gotten significantly worse since I moved into my boyfriend's house. One day, I woke up to what sounded like someone repeatedly tapping on the wall right above my head. It scared me so much that when I called him, I sounded so distraught he left work immediately and came home. I've also had a few sleep paralysis experiences which have never really happened to me before the first time it happened. I thought I woke up from the sound of someone walking down the hallway, and then right before they would have been in our doorway, I actually woke up, but I was in the exact same position I had been in my dream, looking at her bedroom door and into the hallway. The latest one happened to me today. I'm still kind of shook. I woke up to what I thought was my boyfriend standing in the doorway and our dog surrounding him, but I quickly realized I wasn't fully awake and got scared. So I tried to make myself go back to sleep, and then heard my boyfriend say, "Hi, babe." And when I opened my eyes, a man was crouched down next to the bed, staring right at me, and his eyes were glowing yellow. I got so scared and tried to say no a few times. When I finally did get a no out, I woke up. Again, in the same position as in my dream, looking right at the spot where the figure was crouching. I should also mention, my mental health was at an extreme low today, because I know that it can make you more susceptible. What does this mean, though? Should I be concerned? I don't really know much about sleep paralysis. I'm from the Indian town of Bhubaneswar. I've never quite believed in the supernatural or anything outside the purview of science. This creepy incident happened the time my grandmother died. Being a traditional family, we performed numerous rituals for her, so-called heavenly abode, to be pleasant. Most of these rituals don't make sense to me, nor do they now, but I decided against questioning, as the timing was gloomy and everyone was mourning. One of these rituals was the preservation of lights inside a closed container. As part of the ritual, her kids, which included my father, are supposed to make a journey, taking her corpse from our town to the holy city of Puri, around 50 kilometers, where the Jagannath temple resides, and her sons are supposed to burn her, perform the puja, and set the ashes on its path to the Bay of Bengal. Meanwhile, there will be a container placed in our home, in her room, where she used to live, which will be filled with sand, up into a certain level. And a lightened earthen lamp is supposed to be put in the whole container, which will be covered completely, and the room is locked from the outside for no one to enter the room till the son arrives back home and then unlocks the room. Apparently, there's supposed to be shapes formed on the sand, which will tell the path she will take to heaven. I was also told that when my grandfather died, the shape formed was that of a ladder, which was interpreted as him actually going to heaven in a ladder or steps. I, of course, thought all this was pure idiocracy and didn't believe it. Cut to when my father and his brothers returned from the holy city of Puri, and the room was unlocked, and the container was opened. And after that, and what I saw, surprised and creeped me out. I could clearly see wheel shapes being formed on all sides of the earthen lamp, called deep in my language. The wheel shapes were not barely visible. I even took a photo. They were clearly visible. Grandmother lighting setup pic still creeps me out. How that is possible. Or creep you out as well. About 3 years ago, I used to drive to my ex, my at the time fiance. It was about a 100-kilometer drive, 60 miles, most of it in the forest. Since I drove a small Peugeot, any car trailer older than 12 years old would blind me through the mirrors, so I would often use the dim mode. One time there was this truck and pickup behind me that was blinding me, even though the dim. He would be tailgating me for about 10 kilometers. There was no one else on the road. He could have overtaken me for so long. So as soon as I could, I just went into service. Gas station closed at night. And of course, this truck follows me in. I park in and he parks next to me. I can't see inside the truck, but I kill the lights and lock the door, but leave the engine running. I'm getting ready. The guy is about to go out and try to kill me or something. Nobody went out. After what felt like hours, I just mustered my strength and with no lights, backed out of the parking spot and slowly drove off. The pickup stood there and I was watching it in the mirrors. I kept going slow until I was on the road, and then I tried squeezing all the power from that little 56 kilowatt naturally aspirated engine. No lights in the rear mirrors, all good. Then I get to civilization. Bear in mind, this is on a pitch black road, and I use blinkers correctly so far. I put a blinker left, align myself to turn left, and turn sharp right on the last second, the next crossing. The truck swerved, turned his headlights on, and I've not seen him ever since. To this day, I wonder what the fuck that guy was doing. Like, why was he so adamant at first, blinding me, then stealthing me, and then just leaving casually? Part of me wants to believe that he was an insurance fraudster, looking for someone to make him or her crash because her truck would be a write-off, and at that point, he'd get more from selling it, and then get scared when I did something that looked like I'm trying to do an insurance scam as well. Or at least, that's the only thing I can think of. A few years back, I was seeing a girl who lived in a house with a couple of her friends that was built between 1870 and 1890. I got this weird feeling whenever I was over there with her. I could never put my finger on it, but it was just an unsettling feeling. Terrible way to explain it, but it's the best way I can put it by typing. Odd things used to happen to the girls, like things going missing or odd creaks and groans in the house. Nothing to incline the house had a presence, but the girl swore there was something adrift with everything. The only thing I ever noticed was the beads hanging across the framework of the entrance would often sway with no apparent reason, but it was only ever one line, the second one from the left. I thought it was odd, but at the time I didn't think much of it. However, after staying there a couple of times, I kept having this reoccurring dream that only ever happened when I stayed there. The dream consisted of me walking through a forest with a voice muttering in the background. Then all of a sudden, an extremely loud, intense roar of what is very reminiscent of wind howling would appear, and something would then push me from behind, grab my ankles, drag me violently towards this black hole in the ground, and I would just wake just prior to falling down in a hot sweat. This happened a dozen times, and at the time, I just put it down to a weird nightmare. However, the last time I had this dream, I woke in a sweat, but I could almost swear I heard a distant voice telling me to leave. That wasn't even the scariest part. I sleep with the top on, and I went to the bathroom vanity to freshen up after my sweat, and I had a red mark on my back. It was one of those marks you'd receive when you're whipped or have some form of pressure applied, almost like a bruise. After that, I couldn't stay there anymore. And the girl and I went to our separate ways. I don't really believe in the paranormal, more on the belief that the mind has a habit of conjuring fear and paranoia, and creating the illusion of something that's there when it really isn't. But the whole experience really unsettled me, to the point I didn't sleep well for months, and even now, I just got the goosebumps and shivers typing this. My mom's story right here. My mother and some friends were sitting around talking at a dinner table one night, relaxing, having a good time. At some point, my mother started to feel anxious for no apparent reason. And a thought came to her suddenly, completely unprompted, that one of the people at the table should not drive home that night. She didn't know what the person... My mom's story right here. My mother and some friends were sitting around talking at a dinner table one night, relaxing, having a good time. At some point, my mother started to feel anxious for no apparent reason. A thought came to her suddenly, completely unprompted, that one of the people at the table should not drive home that night. She didn't know that person well, a friend of a friend, and had just met them that night, and no one indicated that they were intending to leave anytime soon. My mom tried to brush the thought and feeling aside and kept on chatting. A few moments later, my mom's friend Lori, sitting opposite of my mother, was telling a crazy story and actively engaged in conversation. My mom notices a figure behind Lori, a big, dark presence coming down the hallway. She could only describe it as the Grim Reaper, pure death, evil. The figure was moving directly toward the dinner table. Focused on the other person, my mom had just got a gut feeling that she shouldn't drive home. My mother couldn't believe what she was seeing, and in a state of complete shock, couldn't get any words out to warn anyone or ask if anyone else could see it. As the figure got closer to the table, Lori, busy talking away with her back to the figure, suddenly stopped talking, inhaled deeply, then shuddered loudly, and the figure disappeared. Without turning around, or a word being said, Lori said, "I just absorbed it." Lori was shaken up, and my mom freaked out, asking what she thought she had absorbed. Lori matter-of-factly said, "The Grim Reaper." It flipped the fuck out of my mom, and she told everyone what we'd just seen. Everyone but Lori brushed it off like it was bullshit. A little while later, a friend of a friend at a party announced she was going to drive home. My mom urged her not to, but she was adamant that everything was fine. She left the house, and my mom kept ruminating over what had just happened. About 15 minutes later, Lori got a phone call from a friend who had just left that party. She was frantic. She'd just been in a head-on collision on the highway at 100 kilometers an hour and somehow walked away unscathed, although highly shaken. Freaked the fuck out of everyone. The first one is much less spooky and detailed than the second, but they both happened in the same day. My family rented a beach home for the weekend in one of the Carolinas. I forget north or south. If y'all want to know, I can definitely find out, but I'll keep going. It was one of those things where all the cousins, aunts, and uncles, everyone pitches in. There were probably 20 of us. The house was big and pretty nice, but you could tell it was old, with a lot of cover-up. Big screen TV, games, board games. But there was an old vibe. Later found out it was a very old house. It was obvious anyway, that it was old. Just made up nice, to be a weekend getaway. There was one room in the house that no one wanted to sleep in. It wasn't like an open conversion thing. Oh, that room is messed up. But no one really wanted to actually stay there. Me and one of my cousins at my age were like, fuck that room is haunted. So me, being the wannabe tough guy, said to myself, I ain't no bitch. This room is big, one queen-size bed, I'm doing it. At around 5 p.m., everyone was hanging out or on the beach, and I decided to give this room a shot. I thought I'd test it first, before it got too dark. I lied in that bed for about a minute, closed my eyes, and got this terrible feeling, totally hostile. I continued laying there, repeating in my head, I ain't no bitch, I ain't no bitch. That lasted for probably less than 2 full minutes, and I slept in another room with 3 of my cousins that night. That's when the next thing happened. I was babysitting my brother's little kid when they, my brother's girlfriend, their 4 kids, 2 from my brother, 2 are hers, were in the cinema watching Minions, I believe, or it was the Despicable Me. Now, a few explaining words. My brother bought a baby monitor, and they had gotten these little cameras for a fantastic price. I believe below $10 for one, and a really decent quality footage as well. And buy 3, get 1 free. So he went all about and bought 16. They're mostly to observe what their personal zoo, 2 dogs, 3 cats, a rat, 2 rabbits, 2 weasels, a hedgehog, an ermine, and a squirrel were up to when they weren't around. He once simply let his laptop camera run, and what he filmed was beyond hilarious, hence he bought so many cameras to not miss anything. 2 of these cameras were in the kids' room, as well as a baby monitor. He was 5 at the time, I believe, so technically a toddler monitor, I guess. The kid was fast asleep in bed, while I enjoyed a movie. Suddenly, I think I hear something over the toddler monitor, and make it louder. I can hear a voice saying, "Psst, if he wakes up, we're busted." At first, I thought maybe one of the neighboring kids, with which he was in a prank war at the time, which I may have or may have not instigated, and for which I was feeding kiddo ideas all the time. But that voice was way too high for the neighbor kid. It was really shrill. Besides, who should be with him? But of course, with a much higher pitch, so I opened the laptop to look at the cameras. There are 2 in his room, which are on the ceiling, so you could pretty much see the whole room. I look, but I don't see anything. At least, not right away. Then it hits me. That one corner is darker than it should be. Like there's a really dark shade there in the brightness of the monitor. And can see 2 shapes, which look like kids, but were way too small to be the neighbor kids. Later I could see them better, and they were maybe about 80 centimeters high. When I decided to do the funniest way to catch and scare the living shit out of them, I suddenly see something that scared the shit out of me. One of them looks toward the camera, and his eyes were really glowing, like green glow sticks, with the same brightness and color. And it did not look like normal eyes at all. I get scared and take a baseball bat out of the umbrella stand and sneak toward the room. I silently open the door and are greeted by a really shrill mix of screams and hiss, like a cat hiss, but from 2 creatures. The 2 things looked at me and bared their teeth. They had a fucking lot of them, and they were extremely spiky, like needles, but much thicker at the bottom. Crazy how you see every little detail when you're this scared. I'm so scared I can't move. At that moment, they suddenly turn around and jump out the open window. And when I say jump, I mean they easily jump 2 meters through the room from standing still. And they hit the window exactly. After a few seconds, I can finally react, run to the window and close it. The kid, thank Odin, slept through the whole ordeal. We later looked at the footage, my brother and me, and could not identify in any way what these things were. But we could confirm what I had seen, those crazy teeth as well as the glowing eyes, which had no pupils or anything, just 2 glowing orbs. The color and brightness was like these green glow sticks. My brother and his girlfriend were justifiably scared, and the kids never slept over again with the windows open. But we never saw or heard anything like this ever again. My apartment building is built on top of an old morgue. Glass items float occasionally. My old ashtray that did this I keep as a memento. Cold spots with 30-degree Fahrenheit changes where you can stand and it feels like a dividing line. 80 degrees on one side of your body, 50 on the other in the same room. saying we worked at a former insane asylum that had about 100+ people die in a tragedy, actually seen a ghost, been attacked by one, watched a refrigerator explode, all its food out. The clock tower was forbidden to all employees because of assaults. 2 multiple essays on campus with no suspects. 2 deaths over the decade with no suspects or cause. That place is now Oracle Corp in Santa Clara, California. During 1906, San Francisco quake, a building collapsed. 117 employees and inmates died. They were buried in mass graves. Those graves were still there in 1995 and only allowed to be tended by female employees. Makes were pelted and dirt and gravel from the ground. Female employees told stories of rakes and spades levitating after being set down. One room in the dorms was barred with wood, and entering was immediate termination. Somebody breached it and objects were floating in the air. I've personally seen the ghost of a pigtailed blonde girl in a dress chase a coworker across the quad area. He was Latino. It was after 9 p.m. He ran for his life. When I told my supervisor, he ditched the little girl outside the shoe jumped up, locked all the doors in the building, forbid anyone from going outside till dawn. The girl has been observed many times from AMF to CCC to Sun to Oracle employees. If anybody doubts me, I can meet you in Santa Clara, and part of the Oracle campus is the memorial to the hospital. We can check it out together. Well, I'm a nurse here, not a coroner or anything like that. I worked at a few places picking up shifts. There was one long-term care and rehab place that had a door at the end of the hallway with a small window in it. There's a password you need to type in to get to and from, and for every number you input, there's a loud beeping that coincides with it. I worked a few days there and eventually didn't hear the damn noise anymore as therapists. Dialysis patients, nursing AJs, ancillary staff would input and codecs accidentally trigger the alarm. My coworker was still on her med cart as I sat down to document at the nursing station, out of view of the door when she asked me, "Who do we still have in therapy?" I just became numb to the beeping, but picked up on her question when I realized it was 9 p.m., to which I told her, "None. They left at like 5. Why?" Her response, "Well, who I'm looking at through the small window typing in numbers." I stand up and take a look, to which I see the top of a tiny head just visible at the bottom of it. As if they're like a tiny old lady or a man who I didn't recognize. I sort of froze trying to process it, then took a brisk jog as she backed away, hiding into the nursing station. The head kind of wobbled back and forth out of view and never reappeared. Certainly wasn't there by the time I got to the door and opened it myself. I looked into therapy, dialysis, the side door as well. All were locked with alarms set, so I'd know if somebody went into them. I walked back to the nursing station and told her pretty much what y'all just told me here. To this day, I'm not sure what the hell it was, but I know what I saw. My aunt was a cemetery worker and told me an absolute cracker that happened to her. There was an old chap who would come every Monday at the same time, rain, hail, or shine, and put roses on his wife's grave. He was a well-known regular visitor and would always stop and chat to the workers, including my aunt. Anyway, she was working on this fine Monday and she saw this chap at his wife's grave, like usual. He'd just changed out the roses and she went over to ask if he'd like to give the old ones for her to dispose of. What followed was a normal 20-minute chat, talking about all kinds of things. He had to go, so she waved to him and he left. The next day when she turned up for work, there was a New Yorker. The next day when she turned up for work, there was a new work order for that morning. So grabbing the backhoe, she went out to find the plot. Turns out it was right next to Chap's wife. Frowning, she checked the work order again and saw it was the old roses guy. She dug the grave, got it prettied up for the service, and later that morning, the funeral home turned up to interview him. She went up to the funeral guy in charge, you get to know everyone in a while, and asked why the rush to bury the old chap, the mortuary worker. What do you mean, why the rush? Aunt. Well, he was here yesterday putting roses on his wife's grave. What happened to him? Mortuary worker. He died on Thursday last week. Aunt. No, he was here yesterday, pointing at the fresh roses on his wife's grave. Mortuary worker. Looking at the flowers. You sure it was him? Aunt. Starting to get the shivers. Yeah, we had a chat like we always do. He was talking about being excited for his new granddaughter. Mortuary worker. Wait, what? How did you know about that? She hasn't even told her husband she's pregnant yet. Aunt. Points at the chap's grave. He told me yesterday. Mortuary worker. Wow. Yep. Bona fide ghost. When I worked as a nurse on the medical floor, I rarely worked night shift, but remember a time I did get scheduled overnight around a holiday. After visiting hours ended, the security guard at the front desk would call the unit if anyone came in the hospital asking to visit a patient. One night around 1 a.m., a patient was on a hospice care, passed away, peacefully and expectedly. My friend was the patient's nurse and called the family to let them know she had passed. The primary contact was her daughter, and that was who our staff had become familiar with while she was in the hospital. We knew it was going to take her about an hour to arrive. About 10 minutes later, security calls up, saying a man was at the desk requesting to visit that room. We said, sure, that's fine, assuming it was the family that got the news. 15 minutes pass and no one comes up. We called security, just gave us the direction of the guy and his first name. Said he took the elevators, but didn't see him leave the way he came in. When the patient's daughter finally arrived, we mentioned this to her and asked if any other family was stopping by because we were worried they got lost coming to the unit. She said her and the other sister that came along were the only living family members. The patient had a brother who had passed fairly recently, with the same name security gave us in the same description. They weren't all too spooked like we were. For all we know, some random guy was just roaming the hospital up to no good. But the staff did not find it strange he was asking for the specific room number. It spooked us enough that for the few of us went to the front desks ourselves to ask about it. The security guard sees so many people that he tried to give a good description of the guy, but couldn't really pinpoint details. I guess we'll never know. Oddly enough, I went on to work in home hospice for a few years and didn't have anything specific and creepy stories. With that said, I am not super spiritual, but every deceased person, without a doubt, had their own energy and aura around them. I would have to do pronouncement visits often. Some patients would make my hair on my neck stand up, and I'd get very anxious with that impending doom feeling. Others would wash over warmth and calm feelings that would make me forget about any stress I was having. I could never anticipate what energy I'd encounter. My father-in-law was an embalmer for 30 years. He has the creepiest stories. Probably one of the scariest ones was on a Christmas Eve. The funeral home wanted someone on site at all times. I guess in case someone dies. This was also not in the States, so their rules were probably very different. It was his turn to stay the night, but his wife wanted to spend Christmas with him, so they and their child stayed at the funeral home that night. They both were on the floor with their kids between them, and they both started to feel strange. It was almost a feeling of confusion. He asked her if she felt that, and she said she did. They both got on their knees and began to pray. While they did, they heard banging on the door to the room they were in from the inside of the funeral home. I want to say it was coming from where the bodies were kept, but I could be wrong about the specific room. Where they were alone, the room was bulging, like someone or something was trying to rip the door off its hinges. This is where it gets a little bit weird. Even though they had their eyes closed, they could both see, though they didn't tell me, the other person, until years later what they saw, a big shadowy figure trying to come into the room. I'm not sure how they knew, but both were certain that this was coming for their child. There are also two bright figures keeping it back from them, but the demon, because surely that's what it was very strong and kept trying to break into the room. They continued to pray, and eventually another bright aura. And 3 angels, because surely that's what they were able to fight back the demon. I do not work around death or burial until I was in my 30s. Every place we lived had some sort of shit going on that usually only I perceived. Only a couple times did someone else witness it with me, and it was a relief because at some point I really thought I might be going insane because I couldn't rationalize it. One thing that happened to a group, though, as a kid, my mom would send us off to camp. I was probably about 10 one year when we went to camp in the woods where all the dogs wore the same collar. They did this so the dogs wouldn't get confused with neighboring dogs, I guess. Many of us saw a husky on a regular basis. It was often lying on a plain patch near the main camp. One night, I had to go to the bathroom. We were required to go to the bathroom in groups of 3 or more at night because they were in a separate building. We walk out there in a group of 5. On the way back, we heard some noise and saw the husky coming out of the woods. He was acting agitated and backing slowly toward us, as if putting his body between us and something. This huge bear just comes out of the frickin' woods, mad as all fucking hell, and he's at us on his hind legs. We ran, screaming back to the camp, and could hear the husky barking and growling. He immediately woke up the 2 counselors in our building and told us that one of the dogs was protecting us from a bear and he was going to get killed. The counselors told us to stay put and ran off into the night, but they returned quite shortly after and said that there was nothing there. Nothing. We were urged to go back to bed. The counselors seemed annoyed as hell, but we were more afraid that the dog was severely injured or died saving us. The next morning, the counselors made us go to exactly where it happened, despite there being no signs of anything. From a paw print to a broken branch, we stood by our story. So they made us talk to a more senior counselor, or whatever. The first thing we said was that the husky tried to save us. The guy sort of scoffed and said that they didn't have a husky as one of the camp dogs. We all protested and said that it absolutely was, and that it had a camp collar, and we'd seen it lying on that spot many times. All the color left his face. He told us that the camp used to have a husky, but it died fighting off a bear that tried to attack 2 campers. The bear was badly wounded by the dog, but was killed by someone who worked for the park. and the spot the dog was always was literally its grave. Sure enough, as we watched, he dusted off the top layer of dirt to a plain little memorial plaque to the dog, who served 2 campers' lives. He dusted off the top layer of dirt to a plain little memorial plaque to the dog who saved 2 campers' lives. In this case, not only had most campers seen the dog, but I had 4 eyewitnesses who saw the same thing. I worked in body donation. I knew of a guy who died twice. Backstory. The events of his first passing had created a problem we didn't anticipate. Basically exposed a hole in our standard operating procedures. I was asked to investigate and rewrite the SOPs so the situation wouldn't happen again. 2 weeks later, I was annoyed that the same problems happened again with another death. This meant someone didn't follow the new SOPs. When I investigated the second incident, I was shocked to learn the new situation involved a person by the same name as the previous guy. No one ever has the same name, especially his name, because it is unique. That's why I recognized it right away. The problem was, I seemed to be the only one that knew of the first incident. When I looked for the records, they were gone. Everyone remembered the SOP changes, but didn't know why. All emails referencing the first instance were either gone or missing language about his death. I was stumped and left with the mystery swirling in my head without any resolution. Fast forward about a year later, I went to work with a person in the first responder department. We shared ghost stories when she admitted she knew a donor who had died twice. She thought, like me, she was the only witness that remembered the first time. She was the person who took the first death call and worked with the wife. Her recollections of the problem that happened were the same as mine. 1 week after this man's supposed death, the wife called her and said, "He is still here and he won't leave. We made love last night. He knows he died but won't go. What do I do?" No one knows what the fuck to do when reality gets wholly twisted. But he eventually died again a week later. And the second time seemed to stick. He was a Native American. Still stunned by these events. Makes me question everything I think I know. Another encounter so weird, it'll probably sound stupid. I recently posted about my phone demon, which was already an absurd enough thing. In the comments, I was encouraged to make a post about the actual absurd thing I felt were too weird to add to this subreddit. I only have a finite number of unexplained things that have happened to me, so I'll post them one by one whenever I feel brave enough to share. So, here goes. My first ever weird experience. I was about 4 or 5 years old. This was the early 90s, and Duplo blocks by Lego were very popular for small children. They came in these big buckets, and when you'd play with them, you just basically dump the bucket on the floor and build stuff. Sometimes you'd get special blocks that were meant to build animal shapes or cars. I always played with them on the living room floor, because that's where my parents were watching television. My mother especially was strict about me picking up all the Legos back into the bucket after playing, so no one would step on them. Ha! Tale as old as time it seems. And I always did that. One night, I had finished picking my Legos up into the bucket before bedtime. I had gone upstairs to bed. As always, I had trouble sleeping. I laid awake in my bed. I then heard a loud crash downstairs and the specific sound of Duplo blocks spreading everywhere in the floor. I realized I had left the bucket in the hallway leading up to the stairs, and my father must have tripped over them. I sat up in my bed because I was scared I would get my little ass handed to me for doing that. I stared at the open door of my room intensely. Instead of either of my parents, what appeared in the doorway was a face floating in the air. I say face, but it was shaped more like one of these floating lights you see when you close your eyes. It looked at me and it spoke. "My name is Colina. If you ever make such loud noises again, I will come back for you." After it disappeared, I ran to my parents' room where my mother was sleeping. I told her about the floating face, but she was very unimpressed and just told me to go back to bed. "Your father just tripped over your stupid Legos. He is drunk. Go to bed." I haven't told this to anyone because it sounds too outlandish. Phone demon? When I was a teenager, I was often home alone, as my dad spent a lot of his time at our summer cottage with his girlfriend. I was responsible for the house, and if I needed to be informed of anything, my dad would call her home on a landline phone. Sometimes it would just be about how to handle the fireplace on colder nights. Sometimes just to ask if the house was still in working order. One night, the phone rang, and instead of the normal going up the stairs to pick it up, I got a really bad feeling. Like if I picked it up, it was going to suddenly be really bad, like I should not answer the phone. I shook the feeling away, because if my dad was calling this late, it had to be important. Only when I picked up, it wasn't my dad. It was this not a human voice saying, "Hello," which is the word we use to greet people on my phone in my country. I admit to smashing the phone back onto its holder, not wasting much time to get my shoes and jacket to run out. I apparently scare easy. Fast forward 2 years, and I'm in my first apartment, and I have my own mobile phone. I was walking my brand new puppy when I got a call and went straight to voicemail. I got the same dread feeling, even though it was a sunny day, and it was outdoors. I played my messages, and I had one from my grandma and one from unknown number. I played both. The one from grandma was just like normal, "Call me back when you get this." And then when it got to the other one, it was the same "hello" in a not human voice that I'd heard a few years ago. I know it sounds ridiculous, but this is 100% true. The only way I can describe the voice is that it was between a growl and a speaking voice. This is something I don't tell people. Not because I'm not a believer in the paranormal, but because it sounds so weird. I also still don't know or like to be at my dad's house alone. It's a creepy circus of its own, but the phone call still bothers me, even though it's like 17 years ago. My first experience I had here happened a few months after I moved here. I shared a room with my sister in the basement due to space issues. I was alone playing with my LPS toys when I felt a breath at the back of my neck. I thought it was my dog and turned around, but there was nothing there. I turned back around to ignore it and continued playing for 5 seconds, but then fight, flight, freeze kicked in. I froze for a while, then got the feeling to run, so I ran upstairs to the living room. A month later, I was cleaning up the dog toys downstairs and saw a face staring at me. So I ran upstairs, and for some reason, my mind decided to run back down to where it was and try to fight it, but it disappeared. I finally moved upstairs. Things quieted down, and I was glad to be out of that room. It was not that over yet. From 3 to 6-ish, I heard a wailing sound moving through my house. At some times, it sounded far away, and at other times, it sounded right outside my door. I lay in my bed in fear until growing annoyed by this and marched out of bed, and when I heard it again, I opened my door. It stopped immediately and felt like a pressure was relieved. I later asked my sibling if I had heard anything, and they said yes, for it kept them up too. After about a year, for an unknown reason, I started to feel unsafe around my bathroom mirror and started having dreams about it. But it stopped when I covered the mirror in my room. The blanket still lies over top the mirror, and it has not been removed since it's been put on. Aside from the sporadic disembodied body parts I'd see from the side of my eye, things stopped until recently. I used to be able to do anything in my dreams. Scary things were cartoons. I knew how scary they were supposed to be, but never saw them like that. From reading to straight up asking for specific dreams, while dreaming to blood coating my fingers and head waking up with my lip bleeding. More dreams about my life and the darker themes in each dream occurring along with ominous things right before I wake up. I've read a contract saying, "You will be lost to the Mexican Ocean. They will strangle you. No one will hear you scream," with the latter being whispered into my ear during my waking up moments. I've even gotten rules like, if you see a mirror where it shouldn't be, run. At the other end of my hall was a new glass shelf that could easily be mistook for a mirror, but I don't think everything that could possibly be here is malicious, as I've woken up to when you wake up and exit your room. Don't go to the room on your left. That room was the washroom, as I mentioned earlier. But I still went because I almost, I think there may be spirits in my house, but I don't think they're malicious. This might just be an excuse, as I do often find myself making excuses for others, but I saw a younger face by my closed door, watching me while I stayed up on my phone, but didn't feel any sort of danger, so I kinda ignored it. Even so, I want to go to bed and wake up terrified of whatever may happen. What can I do? It runs in the family. Since I was a kid, you could call me different. I had this aunt, sister of my mom, who you could say was gifted. Years later, she got diagnosed as a schizophrenic, although I think that's just a term they gave her because they couldn't explain what was going on with her. I was always really close to her, practically raised by her since my mom was working all day. Since I was little, she kept saying that because I was her favorite, I would inherit her gift. She could see the figures of people that never passed on to the other side, left wandering the world in an attempt to ease themselves. She told me that you can't see their face, but only their shadows, although it has a set of rules going on when you encounter them for the sake of your sanity. Number 1, never look them straight on, straight at them for a long time. Number 2, you don't invite them in, never. Number 3, they can't harm you, only scare you, unless you invite them into your home, thus the number 2. Number 4, if it goes too far, pray, and everything will be fine. I never really believed her till I started to see shadows following me around, lurking around me, and from time to time, I would often see them in my dreams at my doorstep, trying to come in. They were mostly friendly figures, but it didn't matter because you could always sense the evilness in their eyes. Then it got worse. I remember one night I was casually playing in my computer, Assemble Gamers on Reddit, and I heard footsteps and screaming from outside. Current time was 3:03 at night. As I went on my balcony, figures started to project on the wall. People running with wagons, mostly crying, screaming in a language I didn't know and never heard of. Little kids falling and being pressed to death by the feet of others and torches in the air moving forward. It was so loud that it nearly bled my ears. I checked the other apartments, but no one was out on the road in front of me, and it was empty. You couldn't see anything for miles, but still the figures were moving and the noise was deafening. For the first time in my life, I froze. It felt like I couldn't move. Tears were streaming down my face, and I could barely breathe by the smell of torches in the air. I closed my eyes and prayed, thus falling into the ground and hitting my ankle. Everything went silent, and I went back inside trembling as the smell of the torch flattered my apartment and I could see visible smoke in the air. None of my family members had awakened though, or seemed to have located my presence. And I quietly went and covered myself in my blanket, crying all night till I fell asleep with the sun rising. The following morning, my grandma woke me up and informed me that it was my time to deliver the koliva and bread, spiritual food we cook for the dead in Greece. Because it was All the Souls' Day and my uncles were waiting for me to deliver. She asked if I had turned the fireplace on because she smelt the fire, and that I shouldn't light it at night because it might burn the house if unattended. Some experiences as a child. When I was a child, I had some very frightening experiences that still haunt me to this day. Bathroom. So if I remember correctly, it was about 6 or 7, but couldn't have been younger or older. I had a lighter and wanted to see how much light it would make in a dark room. Normal child stuff for me. So what I did was make the entire bathroom dark, like pitch black dark, and then go into the room to pick up the lighter. On my way back, as I was just in front of the half-closed bathroom door, I saw a tall black figure peeking from behind it. This was only for a few seconds, because I immediately turned around and ran as fast as I could to my parents that were in the living room. Just writing this sends chills down my spine, and I was really scared by it. 2. Bedroom. I remember I couldn't sleep one night and was laying on the side looking at the door that was in front of me. This event was for sure after the bathroom one. I turned around a few times in bed one time. While turning around to look up at the door again, I thought to myself, what if I'm going to see that black figure peeking at me like the bathroom one? Once I turned around fully, there it was, peeking from the door, looking at me. However, this time it was really short. I turned around immediately and tried to scream but couldn't. Since fight or flight had kicked in, I was basically paralyzed. I decided to turn around and try to fight it, but it was gone. Asking my dad about this in the morning, he reassured me that it was him checking on me. But I didn't buy it because that shadow person was way shorter than my dad, a medium height man. Thinking about this event now, I think that it was part of my dream. It may have happened while I was about to fall asleep. And I read online that you can have hallucinations in that phase. 3. Door. This is the one I'm less sure about, as I'm convinced that this is a false memory. Because if it isn't, I'm very scared for my mental health. So basically, I was in my room drawing stuff. Just finished watching some cartoon on TV that was something about hallucinations. And I looked at the door in my room. It was wide open. Then I looked back on the paper I was drawing on and thought to myself, what if I had a hallucination about that door being closed? Then turned around to look at it, and sure enough, it was closed. I do not believe in ghosts, so I think there are only two possibilities: schizophrenia or false memory. 4. Today. Today I'm 15, suffering with social anxiety, also anxiety in general, paranoia, and ADHD. They're self-diagnosed, but I basically got all the symptoms of all of them, so I guess I have them. I can find a reason for the anxiety and the paranoia, taking it back to an incident happening at my elementary school, first or second year, where a teacher showed us a very gory video of seals being killed. I threw up in front of everyone in class, and it was very embarrassing. I think that's the reason of my social anxiety, mostly. For the paranoia, I think it's because of watching some scary stuff. I can't remember if this event was before or after the others. If it was before then it may have increased my fears and anxiety to the point of having hallucinations. Anyways, today I don't get hallucinations like these, except seeing faces or things in the corner of my eye for split seconds. Also, doors being opened and closed when they aren't. What the fuck is up with doors? Even if I read that that's normal, especially for people like me who have myopia. There are more stories involving extremely weird dreams, even getting to disturbing levels. But those were dreams, I hope. Silly coincidence? Probably, but this morning, I'm in my suite doing my hair, and Shania Twain pops in my head. Let's go, girls. We're going out tonight. I'm feeling all right. So I'm humming and getting ready. I'm not a country fan, but it's one we sometimes play on road trips. It hadn't been on the radio recently or anything, but I was getting ready and having a good morning, so I didn't think much of it. A few minutes later, I went into the kitchen, and my 11-year-old said that she was worried we left without her, because she was upstairs and heard me yell, "Let's go, girls." Well, my bedroom and the bath are behind the garage, behind the kitchen. The upstairs is only a partial over the other side of the house. I could scream at the top of my lungs from the bathroom, and no one would hear me in the kitchen, let alone on the other end of the house and upstairs. I hadn't said or yelled anything more than humming the later part of the song, so whatever she thought she heard wasn't me. I suppose she could have heard something, cats, fans, trucks driving by, and filled in words thinking I called her. When she told me, I told her what I had been humming, and we laughed. I suppose we both have, this for an earworm today. Have you ever heard something like this happen? Lucky coincidence? Does belief affect how you should be exercised? I came from a Christian family. Well, my dad's side is Christian. And culturally, my mom, whose family was Buddhist, had converted to her husband's religion. And this story was kept a secret from me for around 3 years. Long story short, Army Dad found this Buddhist medium fortune teller, and he was able to pinpoint her house without knowing us beforehand. Knew things about her family members, and interestingly, he said my mother had been being followed by 2 ghosts. They were the reason why she kept getting sick, hence why she needed a cleanse. My dad, who was skeptical, confronted another medium who was referred to by his friend, and he said the same thing about my mother being followed. However, this guy's solution was a lot more obnoxious and costly. My dad took my mom to see the first medium, but he let my mom go in alone to confirm if the medium will tell her the same thing. He did, and creepy enough, the medium told my mom, "You did not come in here alone. There's a spirit waiting for you at the door. You can't come in because this is a holy place. My parents eventually asked him to do the cleanse. During the not-so-Christian ritual, according to my dad, who is a non-believer of the spiritual thing, my mom was possessed by 2 different spirits. One of a child who kept crying, said that they didn't want my parents to have kids. Interestingly enough, my mom in fact cannot have more kids due to the same problem with her reproductive system. And one of a middle-aged man who had a crush on my mom since she was in high school, and she had been following her since, supposedly. He hated my dad and wanted to hurt him. The media managed to capture the spirits. It had been roughly 8 or 9 years since this incident. My mom is still well, but still sometimes gets sick randomly as usual. Personally, I'm not a full believer, not until I witness it myself, so I lean more on this theory of this ritual being a sort of hypnosis. Is that a possibility? And if the ghosts were real, would Christian priests' exorcism work? Since the ritual was definitely not a Christian ritual. Is this paranormal? I'm quite new to Reddit, so excuse any mistakes I make. Last night I was stupid enough to say, "There is anyone here. I'll allow you to control my hands." I don't know why I did, but I know it was stupid. Anyways, a bit later, I could feel my fingers on my right hand tingle, and then the feeling as if something was rubbing it. It definitely felt weird. I wasn't sure if it was because I wasn't moving my arm or not. This continued until I put my arm down onto my bed and tried to go to sleep, as I was about to before I decided to do this. However, the tingling continued. Soon after, it felt as if something was weighing down my hand, and as if something was trying to move my fingers. Of course, I'd closed my eyes, but still felt like something was really trying to move them. When I moved them, this stopped. I then said, "You are no longer welcome to use my arm. Please leave." And then my right ear started to ring, very loud. I soon fell asleep, as I kept moving my arm to try to stop this from happening again. However, I think that whatever it was, if it wasn't all just in my head, is still attached to my right arm. I keep both my arms still. The right arm is the only one that starts to tingle, and my right hand, which is dominant. Now, this is the only stuff that I've noticed. I don't know if this is all in my head or what, but it's just very concerning to me. I haven't really had stuff like this happen before. If it's related to the paranormal, please let me know what I should do. My first paranormal experience. Everything began when I was 4. The house that I lived in, my aunt's house, wasn't by any means haunted. It was more like I was the one who was haunted. It was around 7 p.m., and everyone was in the kitchen, and all the lights had been turned off except, of course, the kitchen light. I grew bored, so I decided to go play with my toy cars out in the living room. But I didn't turn on any of the lights because there was enough light emanating from the kitchen. I suddenly feel like someone is staring at me, but I just ignore it and continue playing. A couple of minutes later, I needed to use the bathroom, and to do so, I had to walk through a hallway, which seemed to be darker than usual. I was about to turn on the light when a decrepit-looking hand shoots out from the hallway frame, holds up its index finger, and wagged it, as in saying no. At this moment, I didn't feel scared, so I get a little bit closer and turn on the light. When I do, I see a demon-like face. I lock eyes with it, and it slowly puts its finger to its mouth in a shushing motion. It was only then when a wave of panic hit me, and I ran toward the kitchen screaming. But when my aunt went back to check, along with my cousins, they said they saw nothing. From that point forward, paranormal things happen to me no matter where I am. I don't know who this demon is or where it came from. I don't know why it attached itself to me. I've been told that it might have gotten attached because of all the negativity that I've experienced at such a young age. No one may believe this story, but if you do, please send me your thoughts and opinions on what I should do. Some personal stories. I have a pretty good collection of unusual, possibly paranormal experiences that have occurred over the years, and I thought it would be fun to share. I've never been entirely convinced that any of these experiences are confirmation of the existence of ghosts or supernatural beings. I've never witnessed an apparition or a ghost with my own eyes, but they were all real and certainly have made me reconsider the possibility. Event 1. This happened when I was 11. My cousin's dad passed away in spring of 2011, when he was just a year older than me. I'd gotten really interested in reading books that year, and one night when I was in my bedroom alone, I began to read a book about true scary stories from each state in the US, or something to that effect. Something that I read in one of the chapters of the book scared me, so I stopped reading and decided to turn on the TV. As soon as I did, the obituary paper that I kept in my room for my cousin's dad flew off the shelf above my bed and landed on my mattress. Event 2. I had a streak of odd experiences in spring 2016. I once woke up being violently shoved against my mattress and hearing roaring in my ear. It was frightening, but I didn't make much of it, as I wasn't entirely sure if I was awake when it happened. I've historically been prone to sleep paralysis too, so I kind of shrugged it off as a hallucination. In April of that year, I had a vivid dream about sleeping on the floor of my grandma's basement den. I lived at my grandma's house at the time, but I slept in an upstairs bedroom. In this dream, the basement den was dimly lit, and I was sleeping on the floor alone. I soon realized that I wasn't alone, and I looked over to the other side of the room and saw my grandpa. In that same week, my dad announced on Facebook that it was his grandpa's birthday. He also died on the week of his birthday, 12 years earlier. Fast forward to the end of 2019, and I'm telling my dad about this story. My dad moved into the basement den after becoming unemployed. He told me that the last several years of Grandpa's marriage to my grandma were spent with him sleeping in the basement den. Event 3. I lived in an apartment on the east side of Salt Lake City from 2019 to 2021. The apartment was fairly old, from the 1970s, and my brother, who was my roommate, had a bunch of unexplainable events happen. I had several odd dreams, including dreams of the same apartment in a different time period with different residents. A dream where an occult vendor was selling possessed items, and I noticed creepy-looking possessed masks that end up on the inside of my bedroom door without me having bought it, and dreams of unknown beings and entities invading my house, but I'm the only one who notices them. I have more dreams that I could add to the comments too. I also woke up to heavy breathing in front of my face one morning. Similar to roaring experiences of my brother, who is skeptical and has never had much interest in the paranormal, swears that he saw a gray mist or vapor in the shape of a man walking across his bedroom floor in the middle of the night. My brother and I later moved into an older apartment from the 1970s for a year, before 2021 and 2022. And as soon as we left the previous one, all unusual activity ceased, besides one sleep paralysis event and a couple of weird dreams. Event 4. Last year, I moved back in with my grandma to help save money on rent while I finish up my degree. In summer, I woke up to the voice of a child telling me, "Don't wake up." This was clearly a child's voice, despite the fact that a child does not live with us. My grandma is also the first owner of the house. Event 5. My brother passed away in fall 2016. Since then, I've had several dreams of him, all of which follow a similar pattern. I'll usually see him and say something along the lines of, "Where have you been? Haven't seen you in a while." He usually responds in confusion saying, "What are you talking about? I've been here the whole time." Last Saturday was the most recent dream I had of him. My dad and I had a heart-to-heart talk about my brother, and I dreamt of him the same night, prompting this post. Nothing much happened in this dream, other than me asking him if he was proud of me. I don't remember how he responded. I feel like somebody is coming for me. For context, our kitchen is kind of like a hallway, and the door to the backyard is right at the end. Our path in the back garden is gravel, so it's very easy to hear someone coming. Last week I was in the kitchen when I heard a noise outside. It was 11 p.m. Grandparents, no one else lives here, were already asleep, and my boyfriend was going to be at home in an hour. The noise sounded like somebody heavily walking from the back of our garden, where the gravel starts, to the back door. I was very scared it was a burglar, so I ran upstairs to wake my mom. She looked around and saw nothing. I went to sleep uneasy. Last night it happened again. Same situation. Time, parents asleep, boyfriend coming home in an hour. This time I stood and listened. To me, it sounds like someone with sturdy shoes, like boots, walking through the gravel, dragging some large and heavy through the gravel as well. It sounded kind of like something made out of metal against the gravel. I would say that I'm a little spiritual, but I don't have a lot of knowledge. I believe my late father lingers in this house, but it is certainly not him. It feels negative, as if someone is coming for me. Any help would be grand. I'll reply as soon as possible. Much love and joy. My shocking, mundane, paranormal story. Since a young age, I've been obsessed with the paranormal, to the point where I began to wonder, would I ever have an experience of my own? Well, it eventually happened, almost exactly 10 years ago. I was working at a supermarket, closing shift, and it was probably somewhere between 9 p.m. and 10:30 p.m. I was in the process of putting something back that a customer had, at the last minute, decided they didn't want. I think it was paper towels, for the record. In any case, though, late, the store was still open, brightly lit, and there were cashiers probably no more than 30 feet behind me. Not a very spooky environment, right? Well, I'm in the process of putting the item back on its respective shelf when I hear, in my right ear, someone go, "Psst." I turn, expecting to see a coworker or a customer, and of course, nobody's there. It's not possible for someone who I've whispered in my ear and then disappeared from view that quickly. It'd have to be the Flash himself. I wasn't tired, drunk, or on drugs. And you can say auditory hallucination, but I'd literally never heard one before that incident, or since. Ironically, my first and only supernatural experience, long anticipated, was completely banal, to the point where it took me a few minutes for it to fully sink in that that had happened. So I worked at a hospital for 7 years. Pretty old and outdated original building with newer additions. I was about to use a set of elevators that are sandwiched in between the old building and new addition. Get on, push the button, go up to the floor to everything is fine, until the elevator started going down instead of up. I just figured someone called the elevator before I hit the button for my floor, which happens sometimes, because they pretty much operated by who pushed the button first, you know. Well, elevator takes me down to the basement level, which is the oldest part of the hospital. Also housed a morgue around the corner from this area. Doors open, nobody's there. Who've called the elevator? Figured whatever, maybe there was an impatient and went another way or something. Tried pushing the closed door button, nothing happened. Elevator just sat there with the doors open on the basement level. The floor I selected was still lit, but I tried pushing a different floor above us. It lit up just like my intended floor, still was, but nothing. Waited and button mashed for at least 5 minutes, but doors stayed wide open and the elevator didn't move, which was unheard of for those doors to stay open. Didn't even have a service switch where you can push to lock the doors open when they needed, by the way. Let alone for the elevator not to be called, it was a commonly used elevator, always moving. I decided, okay, must have just broke down. I don't have time for this. Well, as soon as I step out of the elevator door shut, and the elevator leaves to go to the floors I selected. Something really wanted me to visit them in the basement, and wouldn't take no for an answer. I stayed at the old Citadel in Charleston, South Carolina. Without knowing it, was incredibly haunted. I had a work trip in Charleston, so I booked an Embassy Suites, and the old Citadel seemed like a nice property in a convenient location. My fiancé found out it used to be a Civil War armory or something like that. He was loving the history aspect of the hotel too. We had a nice southern dinner in one of our most beautiful cities in the country, in our opinion, and when we went back to the hotel, everything seemed fine. We got ready for bed, watched some Netflix, planned our next day, and turned the lights out to go to bed. My fiancé passed out instantly, and I dozed off, but I felt the weirdest pressure consuming my body, like I had a ton of bricks on me. I've heard of sleep paralysis before, but have never had it in my life. I opened my eyes and I saw the darkest looking figure in the corner of our room. I was completely frozen and couldn't speak. I don't know if I was frozen in fear or if it was something else. I kept staring at the figure to see if it would move, and it looked like after a few minutes it just faded away into the corner. I was still frozen, and once I was able to move, I snuggled up with my fiancé and got my phone and looked up the hotel and saw it was named one of the most haunted hotels in the entire South. After struggling with my fiancé and being mostly under the covers, I fell asleep. I told my fiancé what happened, and he said he had a really, really dark dream, which is rare for him, so something was very fishy. We asked the hotel staff at breakfast if the hotel was haunted, and they laughed and just said, "I'm not going to touch that topic." We had another 5 days at our stay, and I was so scared to sleep, but it never happened again. Does this seem like it was haunted, or just sleep paralysis, or a weird coincidence that he had scary dreams that same night too? Could it have been anything? I know that city, although beautiful, has a very dark history. She read my mind. I was 12 at the time. I met a girl that is a cousin of one of mine, at the time, friends. She lived far from my house, but during the weekends, she used to visit her grandmother at my friend's house. That's how we met. She became my girlfriend after a while. She's older than me at the time. She was 14. The day I asked her to be my girlfriend, a normal practice kids do in that age in Venezuela, She kissed me after saying yes, and I say she did it because even though I had other girlfriends, the most daring thing I had done at the time with them was grab her by the hand. Whatever the important thing here is, the kiss took me by surprise. When the kiss happened, an intrusive thought got in my mind. Not words, but images. It was about something really embarrassing and personal that to this day I haven't told anyone. It's something I prefer carrying in the tomb with me. What happened to a 12-year-old that is so bad that to this day he can't say it? Well, in the world shit happens, my friends. Don't ask, it's just too personal. The main point is intrusive images in my mind when we kissed the first time. I know you can already think this over, and maybe you're thinking, for sure, she told him that secret or has or whatever. But read the full experience. There's still a little more in this. So, we're together for 2 months. I broke up with her, to be honest, can't even remember why. And she lived far, so as vacations went over, we didn't see each other as much as before. As I started knowing her, I realized she's completely normal like me. We used to talk on the phone for hours. She used to tell me about her family, her house, pretty normal. But that time some weird stuff that she can tell, nothing specific, just that she's more sensitive to certain things, to paranormal. She's had always been like this. At that point in her life, they were calling her a witch. And let me explain this term a little bit before continuing. A witch in Venezuela, the most parts of Latin America, is not a woman doing satanic rituals. It's someone who sells her services, for good or bad, is paganism. If you want to see it that way, it's not necessarily bad. But not normal people, that for sure. Now, this witch told my girlfriend's mom pretty early that her kids, my girlfriend, was special in a way that she can be possessed by spirits and be a channel for communicating with them. I can't remember how we call that in Spanish. The time she told me when she was telling me all this, but right now I can't remember, so let's keep going. The witch, that I think was a friend of her mom, but I'm not really sure at all, told her mom that she could do it, but needed someone to train her, and she wanted to do it. She wanted to train the thing that she never did, at least not that I know of. We hardly told after we broke up. So we broke up. Some time passed, like a few months. I stopped being friends with her cousin, and I didn't end up on good terms with her. Now another friend told me, Alicia told me about when you guys kissed the first time. You were thinking I'm using the Alicia as her name, but not a real name. So I'll be honest. My friend was making fun of me really hard. You know the deal. I told him she was wrong and crazy, blah, blah, blah. She wasn't wrong at all. She was completely 100% accurate. Even though they both did have a way they knew that to this day, they don't have any reason to know that. It spooks the heck out of me. I got really scared. And I try to never speak with her about it ever again. I saw her a couple more times, and chit-chat one time I ran into her at a store. So that's the story. May seem like bullshit, and I know it doesn't seem like a big deal for you, but to this day, it's what keeps that spark on me, that there are things that we just don't know how to measure yet, and we can't study properly. Seeing Sister's Doppelganger. This past weekend, my parent had an experience. I did not make much of it, and neither did the rest of my family. I'm going to use general terms to protect some privacy here. This parent got up in the morning for work. However, they were washing some dishes from the night before. I woke up and was able to hear them wash the dishes and everything. Nobody else in the home was awake besides one of our pets. My parent came home into the room and asked for my sibling. I mentioned that they were sleeping upstairs. We have a single room upstairs, somewhat like an attic, but used as a bedroom, with my other sibling. At this point, my parent told me to swear that my sibling was upstairs. I explained that yes, they were, and that I had not seen them come downstairs. My parent then said that she had seen my sibling run around the house. and could feel the feet and items move as they ran. They were so sure that they walked over to peek around the couch to scare them and play hide and seek. We didn't discuss this more. However, more recently, I've also seen the same sibling at home despite everyone being away. This sibling is still in grade school, so they wake up and get taken to school by one of my parents. I was also getting ready to leave for work. As I was heading out for the bathroom, our cat ran and hid behind the bed. He's still a kitten, so he's very playful. The hiding is not suspicious to me, as he'd been running around and playing with himself throughout the morning. Back to the story. I was leaving the bathroom and walked, heading toward the bed to play with the cat. The bedroom door is in front of the door that leads to the dining room and common area. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw this sibling sitting on the dining table, eating breakfast with only hair covering their face. I even made out the clothes they were wearing. As I went to play with the cat, it occurred to me to tell the sibling to stop playing with the cat and hurry up or else they'd be late for school. As I walk out of my bedroom, I remembered my parent had already left with them. I was the only one in the house. These experiences haven't felt malicious. The only common denominator between the two times this occurred is that the cat seems to be playing with them, just like he does with my sibling. Need help figuring out my boyfriend's apartment is haunted, although it definitely seems like it is. For context, my boyfriend lives alone in a 2-bedroom apartment. He lives in a gated community with around 12 blocks and 10 houses in each block, so it's a pretty big place. I've been going to his place for almost a year now. The apartment's also located near a graveyard, if that means anything. Anyway, I stay over during the weekends, and I'm there practically every other day too. The first time I visited, I couldn't help but feel some sort of presence. Not necessarily evil, but I did feel something. I'm known for being an intuitive, and I pick up on energy well. However, nothing outright weird happened, so I brushed it off. Now let me get to the slightly alarming bits that got me wondering. 1. The master bedroom of the house has a very off-putting vibe to it. It is always dark, no matter whether the lights are on or the curtains are open. The TV turns off by itself sometimes. 3. Lights turn on by themselves. This happened 2 times and it was very clear none of us did it. Once we were drinking at home and out of nowhere, a light we never turn on, because the switch is located at an inconvenient place, was suddenly on. We dismissed it as maybe one of us turning it on when we were drunk and quickly brushed it away. The second time was in the master bedroom. There's a bathroom there that he occasionally uses. One day, before we headed out, I remember the bathroom light being on and thinking to myself, why does he, the boyfriend, keep leaving this light on? The electricity bill is going to skyrocket. And I clearly remember switching it off after that. Of course, when we came back home, the light was turned on. 4. Once my boyfriend and me were asleep in the other bedroom, and he suddenly started coming closer to my side of the bed while we were still asleep. He kept nudging, and when I asked him what happened, he replied saying, "Someone is sleeping there." I didn't wake him up after that for my own peace of mind. Needless to say, I was shitting bricks for the rest of the night. 5. My boyfriend's mom came to visit and swears to God that she felt something pull her leg while she was asleep. 6. Probably the most creepy incident I've encountered. I gifted my boyfriend a leather bracelet for his birthday, and he loves it. A week or so ago, he couldn't find it. I went over for the weekend, so we scoured the entire house looking for it. I mean, we swept up the entire place. He usually leaves it on the table below his TV. And I remember literally sweeping up that whole table looking for it. It's not even a messy table. It just has his helmet and a few other daily stuff like keys. We gave up hope and stepped out. We came home that night and went straight to bed. The next morning, the bracelet was right there on the table, as though someone had neatly placed it there. I showed it to my boyfriend. We took one look at each other and we knew, again. We just chose not to address it. Is whatever entity that I suspect is there not seemingly harmful? Although it's creepy, my friend has lived there for over a year and nothing too alarming has happened, except for these things. He lives alone too. However, it is bothering me a bit. What do you guys suggest I do? Moving out is definitely a doable option, but is that the only solution? Do we just leave it or coexist? We found a well at my sister's 105-year-old property under the porch. The security camera went nuts and a small plume of smoke comes up the moment after it's uncovered. We're not really ghost people or paranormal people, but this creeped us out. This is security camera footage of the moment my sister and her boss pull a sheet of metal to discover the well. You'll see two things. 1. The camera glitches, like a flash of light. 2. A weird little plume of smoke comes out of the well when he pulled it out. Theories. We thought of the camera flash could be a reflection of sunlight onto the metal sheet towards the camera, throwing it off and causing it to flash. But then, why does it happen after the metal was dropped, and it doesn't feel that sunny out? We also thought maybe the Nest cameras takes photos when there's a loud noise, hence the flash, but I cannot find any info on this. The plume of smoke, could it be dust? But why would it come up after the metal sheet has already dropped? Plumes of smoke or dust usually come up the moment it's disturbed. This happens after. Thoughts? Is the well haunted? Why'd the camera glitch at such a weird time? More paranormal stuff is happening. The last thing that happened was the apparition in the photo that was taken by my roommate. Well, today, I'd come home and I walked into my room to grab some stuff, and the lights randomly turned on, and I thought, well, maybe I left them on and I'm seeing stuff. But then they started to do the multicolor flashing, then turned off completely. I grabbed the remote, turned it back on, and instead of it flashing the multicolor, it went back to white. I even tested to see if I had a different color turn it off, and it'd be the same color when I turn it back on. And it was. Then I grabbed my stuff to leave again with my roommate, and we leave, and we find my cat outside. He's not an outside cat, and there's no way he could have gotten out any time before we left. It has an electric gate. We have started closing it by myself. I had to calm down before posting, because I couldn't type, it freaked me out so much. I live in the country, so if my 9-month-old kitten had gotten out, he would have died. So this was all just very nerve-wracking. Update. We went to Hooters after all that happened. When we got home, my lights were on, so I turned them off and went back to the living room. But even 10 minutes later, my roommate starts freaking out. The lights turned back on and were flashing red on and off, so the lights are gone and we cleansed the house. And I'm getting a normal lamp because of that. I'm not going to try and get more of this on video. I'm an action person. I freak out and try to stop what has happened, rather than recording. Might plug in the lights again to see if it'll do it again. Also don't want to give it more power, so probably not. There is a negative spirit in my house. I'm not really sure what to do at this point. I have no option of moving out, so I'm stuck right now. Okay, so I moved into this house with 2 friends. Everything started off fine. I can see and sense things normal people, but my friends say I'm a baby medium who closes off a lot of things. So every once in a while, I would see things, nothing drastic, and I would get bad feelings about things too. Recently, though, I started seeing full-on shadows and things in the mirror. I'm not gonna lie, this is the most paranormal experience I've had in such a short time. So I'm a little worried, but I'm not scared. A few days ago, my roommate took a picture of herself in a mirror. This mirror freaked her out and found a woman standing behind her with red hair and a white dress and bangs, clear as day. We cleaned the house, and as soon as we saw it, and it was for a good while, but this week we started having weird things happen again. Stuff being thrown across the room, hearing dogs and cats in areas they aren't in, lights turning on and off, and now bees and spiders somehow getting in the house. And I don't mean one or two, I mean like 20 plus at a time. I did some divination, asking gods and spirit guides for answers. And the thing that it's attached to is this really old TV that's heavy and would be like moving a crew to get it out. I'm not sure what else can be done. I'm not afraid of it, but my roommates are. And it's feeding it. Has anyone ever seen the Snake Man, as I called him when I was little? This is a memory that floats back to the surface every now and again. It did this afternoon again while trying to take a nap on the couch. When I was little, my bedroom was actually just the mudroom, really where the washer and dryer was in. The room had a door outside, although it was always locked from the inside with a deadbolt. When my mom stopped letting me share her bed, I was moved into that space. And I mean, it was cute enough. I had a new daybed, etc. It wasn't the space that it was scary. It was almost every night I would wake up to the door opening on its own. I would just see fog and a weird ambient light. And then he would stride in, observe me somewhat dispassionately, and then stride past and out of my room down the hall. I called him the Snake Man because his upper chest and head were of a rearing snake. And once I became much older, I realized how ridiculous he really looked, because the rest of him was wearing like a Columbo-style knee-length brown jacket, and he had normal arms, legs, and shoes. He didn't feel or seem ridiculous, though. He was terrifying and menacing, and after the door had actually been opened up during the night a couple times in the past couple months, which I got blamed for, even though I would have had to have been standing or something to even reach the lock. So I decided I was sleeping on the couch in the living room instead of the bedroom, and just did that for several years until my family moved out of that house. Growing up in a haunted and paranormal house. This house was built in 1922, unsure exactly of its past history. When I was little, I often had times these dreams where I would wander through my house in the nighttime, trying to find something or perhaps someone. The dream would always end when I find the tall dark figure, nothing but a silhouette standing in the middle of my kitchen, exposed by the overhead light over my kitchen sink that hadn't even worked for years before. It was always on. In that dream, though, I would wake up sometimes hearing these voices, not angry or of any emotion, but usually just 2 to 3 voices talking mid-sentence of audible English words that were distinguishable, but didn't make much sense of much really. Sometimes I would even wake up frozen, like I couldn't breathe or move, but simply lay there with my eyes wide open for a few seconds while hearing the voices speak briefly. My mother's always experienced things as well as my sister. My mom hearing jingle, eerie hymn coming from the back of the refrigerator, or maybe the pantry. Things would turn on and off. The year was 2001. I was just 8 years old. One night, my mother woke up to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night. She was frozen in her steps in the hallway when greeted by a deep, hollow, and loud voice right in front of her. That of a man, say slowly and forced out, "Don't worry, everything will be all right." She opened the lights, looked around, and saw nothing. It was a snowy night when she took a look outside. No fresh footprints were seen around the home. She woke my dad up to go investigate the voice. But my dad didn't believe in ghosts or anything of the sort. He came into my room and grabbed my wooden baseball bat, and it woke me up. I worried for my dad and what was happening, and wanted to go downstairs. I hadn't heard the voice in the hall. I just stayed awake and listened, but eventually fallen back asleep. I only heard of this story later on when I was older, and I finally knew why my dad came in for the bat. My dad found nothing out of the ordinary. My mom's father had passed away that previous year of a heart attack, and my dad's mother was in suffering and dying of cancer at this time. My mom seems to think that the message was in reference to those events. Throughout the years, my mom and sister would experience most of which was lights on and off, and sometimes an eerie jingle from the kitchen at night. Fast forward to 2018. My parents are divorced, and the house has been vacant for 2 years now, just to be heated during the winter months. My wife and I decided to move in and rent from my dad since we were tired of the apartment living thing. The first night I moved in, I was unpacking. I immediately felt a strong presence, and I didn't feel like being there, almost like unwelcoming and being watched. I couldn't shake the feeling. As my wife was working overnights at the coffee shop and I was alone, the next day is when it started to happen again. I got up for my morning shift around 4:30, and I was brushing my teeth just in the other room. My wife woke up to a voice that said, "Earl." She asked me if I had said it, and I, in fact, didn't. I was brushing my teeth at the time. I thought to myself, here we go again, but I didn't tell her that. The next morning, my wife was wide awake watching Netflix on her phone. 4:15 comes around. I snooze the phone. Not long after, we hear this bizarre jingle hymn at the foot of our bed for like 8 to 10 seconds. It was long enough for her to shake me and say my name, and I still heard it. It kind of reminded me of taking me out to the ball game from one of those little teddy bears or something. So terrified, we both threw the lights on and searched the room. There was nothing but boxes of clothes in our room, and nothing that could have possibly made that sound. We got the house blessed the next day. We hadn't experienced anything too far out after that. Occasionally, a light would work itself, or the stove rage fan would turn on by itself. It didn't work when we tried it. There was also another time where me and my wife were both standing right next to each other, and I was getting a phone call from her cell. But she was using her phone, and it didn't show she was calling me. I was too afraid to pick up, but sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I did pick up. Later on, we had a home, and my sister moved in and had one night experienced a disembodied voice at the end of her bed, just whistling the tune to the TV show she had just finished watching. She had also taken videos and seen several orbs just floating around. I just asked her the other day if she's experienced anything lately, and she says that she doesn't anymore. Her and her boyfriend are in a good and happy place in life at the moment, as she seems to think that could be why she isn't experiencing weird things anymore. She also told me that she thought that the house was some sort of portal where many spirits would come through. I'm not sure what to think or believe, but after me and my wife hearing the hymn, it definitely must be something. Have any of these events happened to you? What do they all mean? My ghost experience. My experience with ghosts happened about 10 years ago when I was in my early 40s. I was at my parents' house with my family visiting for holiday. When we visit my parents, we stay in one of the upstairs rooms. At the time, I didn't believe in ghosts and really never put much thought into it. So, we were going to sleep in the room we always stay in, and I was having a hard time sleeping. So I went to another room so I wouldn't wake my wife with the tossing and turning. As I'm laying there trying to sleep, I hear distinct footsteps on the carpeted floor. It then got very cold, and I'm starting to panic a little bit. I just lay there frozen, as I could feel someone standing right next to me. Then he starts pulling on the sheets. I know it was a he because I got to know him a bit. So I dart across the hallway back into the bed where my wife is sleeping, and lay there freaking out. Then I'm visited by another ghost. This time it was a young girl who basically wanted to play. She would not walk like the guy, she floated in, and I knew she was in the room when it got cold. And when she would show up, she would drop invisible pellets on my face. It didn't feel like raindrops, more like little bubbles. So then I was all of a sudden dealing with two freaking ghosts. And basically, these ghosts were just a pain in the ass. These two were constantly messing with me. The guy was the worst. He was constantly screwing with me. He would come into the room the same way, slow walk on the carpet, and would always get cold. His favorite thing to do was to come up and get right beside me and blow real hard into my ear, and pulling on the sheets. He was a jerk and just wanted to mess with me. The young girl and the guy were always together, but visited me separately. I don't think the guy was her dad, but he acted like it. We stayed at my parents' for 3 nights on this trip, and I'm trying to fight through these ghosts messing with me. I was always very happy to get the hell out of there and leave the ghosts behind. We were about an hour or so drive back when I realized the freaking ghosts were in the car with us. So for the next 2 weeks, I had ghosts with me at my house. These ghosts really wanted to mess with you and try to make you look as crazy as possible. I had not told my wife about the ghosts until we were driving back home. My wife could not feel or hear the ghosts, although I would tell her every time that we would come around. It was always the same thing. When they would show up, I was immediately hit with cold air. We would be sitting on the couch, and I would tell her that the ghost was right beside me, blowing in my ear, or scratching on the surface where my head was. Just stuff to make you crazy. They wouldn't torture or hurt me. They didn't talk. There was never any reference to religion. The guy was a smoker, as he would breathe on me, and you could smell it. The little girl just liked to play and sing. She was proud of how she could sing, and you could tell the guy was proud of her too. To make a long story short, I'll just say how you get rid of ghosts. At first, I took a biblical path to try and get rid of them, lots of prayer. But, like I said, religion played no part of this, so ultimately I got rid of them because I ignored them. I had to act like I didn't know that they were there and just ignore them. After a few days of ignoring them and acting like they were not there, they left. I would say they were there with me for about 10 days. As mentioned, this all happened about 10 years ago, but I remember it like it was yesterday. I'm still shaking my head in disbelief that this happened to me. I would always hear them. It started when I was 5 or 8 years old. I lived a normal life as a kid, played sports of all kinds, went to school, hung out with friends when I could. It started with me having these random episodes at night. Almost every night without fail. I would be lying in bed with my mom, reading to me, and all of a sudden, feel this deep, dark panic, and I would start freaking out and crying for no reason. After so long of this happening, my mom ended up taking me to the psychiatrist to see what was going on. They couldn't figure it out. This went on for a while until it started to go on longer into the night. The episodes quit happening. I wish they hadn't, because what took its place was 10 times worse. One night, I was going to bed, same routine. Shower, brush teeth, hop in bed, and have my mom read me a story and try to sleep. After so long, I ended up passing the fuck out. Long day. I woke up in the middle of the night, not knowing what time it was. It felt pretty late or early in the morning, and it was pitch black in my room. I felt this heavy, deep, dark presence in my room, and I was frozen, unable to move by fear. It felt like there was something in my room staring at me from the corner of my pitch black room. I waited for probably 10 minutes to build up the courage to get up and go to my parents' room. I get up, take the blanket off, and the moment my feet touch the ground, I hear voices of all kinds, yelling and whispering and screaming my name from all over the room. I try so hard to pretend it's not there, saying to myself, this isn't real, over and over. It was definitely real. I'm getting the chills now just thinking about it. I made my way to the hallway attached to my room, and when I opened the door, the voices got louder. I was never touched by anything. I was terrified, and this moment went on for a few years every night, without fail. I don't know what it was. Has anyone had similar experience? Or does anyone know what it could be? Any info is greatly appreciated. Knocking continued. On September 2021, while sleeping, I was able to decipher a black shadow near my bed standing still. In the month of October, it tried to strangle me one night. So I kept the lights on, and later that day requested an acquaintance to sleep the night in my apartment. After 7 days, things become normal, so they left. In January 2022, I get up intermittently from sleep without any reason. This is new, as I'm a heavy sleeper. Then one night, I can distinctly hear the sound of mortar and pestle from my kitchen, which is adjacent to my bedroom. I live alone in a 1-bedroom apartment. It filled me with dread. It was 1:50 a.m. Despite the late night, I called my uncle on the phone and told him. He has some knowledge regarding the paranormal. He called me on video call and saw every nook and corner of my apartment. After investigation, he told me it might be some dream and to sleep, but that mortar and pestle sound continued from that night. I bring friends to sleep in my apartment, and they too can hear it along with the vibration of the heavy mortal pestle. My parents didn't believe it, so I was called by my uncle to the big city for a thorough audio checkup. Then psychological evaluation. All turned up normal. Still, I was prescribed some sleeping meds. That same night, and did some chanting. It silenced after some time. From then on, we spent money like crazy on people who claim they can stop it. Desperate people are easy prey. I was on 2 months leave in another city in my parents' house, and they too can hear it. One old man gave me an amulet, after which the sound stopped following me, and I felt less dread, but it still continues from the kitchen. Those who don't know what mortar and pestle is, it's like a loud metal knocking sound. Can anyone help me sort this out? Prediction of death while being fully awake. Please help me understand them. I've always predicted stuff, but usually in dreams. But 2 of the incidences of prediction happened when I was fully awake. Not sure if it was sleep paralysis or something like that. Incident 1. I had a fully blown panic attack, but felt paralyzed on my bed. didn't know what I was being afraid of, and I had an image of an old man in a black gown, till the ankles started intensely staring at me, as if causing migraines, and at the same time, something alive, but felt like a moving being, and wasn't human, just sitting on my chest causing shortness of breath. At around 5 a.m., I mustered the courage to see the old man standing in front of me. When I opened my eyes, I felt immense relief from my chest, but the headache still felt like it was being pounded, but not that bad. Same day in the evening, my mom told me that one grandpa died of a heart attack and the other went into a coma. They were brothers, and I barely knew them, distant grandpas. And what shook me to the core is the coincidence. The grandpa who died at around 5 a.m. I never asked for a time of death or anything, but it was completely weird of me to ask their time of death, as if I'm used to hearing that very often. I felt like a completely different person when I asked her this question. Incident 2. It was a festival, and I was standing in front of God during the prayers. It's a jovial celebration and a very auspicious one, but I suddenly felt dazed, confused, and as if everything slowed down suddenly. I could pick up everything as if it was thrown into slow motion. Sounds of prayers doled in my ears. Now at this point, I could actually sense presence in the room since childhood, but this one freaked me out. I couldn't feel a presence, but my body naturally turned to the right, and I saw an image of a lady and uttered her name in my head. Next thing, an odd voice, not from this world, in a human voice said that she no longer exists. And suddenly, I was brought back to my senses. I stared at the lady on my right and couldn't register her face properly. And the weirdest part is how the hell would I know that I'm invisible presence? Is this from this world or not? I just know that, just don't know how I do that. Sometimes I feel like I ain't human at this stage. 1 month after the lady's name, who I said in my dazed state, actually died. I'm so freaked out because both incidents are dream and prediction. Still freaks me out. Help me understand this, please. Please. These aren't actually the only predictions, because mine are so random that no two cases and predictions are the same. But it had a pattern, a deep sensation that whatever was going to happen was going to come true. It's just that strongest feeling in all the predictions. A man in my kitchen. It happened 3 years ago, and I still can't figure out what happened, why, and who that person could have been. I live in an apartment with my parents, and around that time, I was still underage. However, I've always loved a few sips of wine, which was absolutely fine for my dad, but my mom would complain about it sometimes. It was late at night, around 1 a.m., when I decided to leave my room and get myself a glass of wine in the kitchen. I got the glass and leaned my lower back against the bench, with my phone in hand, while I was drinking. From the place I was at, I could see half of my living room. There's a wall that separates the kitchen from the other rooms, which used to have the dining room table and some chairs right next to it. As I was drinking, I saw a short figure, around 1.6 meters, crossing the door. That gave me the view to the living room. For a second, I thought it was my dad, since it was a man with pajamas on. So I had this really silly smile on my face, because he would have caught me drinking. When I turned around, there was simply no one there. I was, and extremely am, disturbed about this, because it was totally unexpected. I've been a spiritist since I was a baby, but I'd never seen any ghosts at all, so I was really scared. And ever since then, I never left my room after 12 a.m. Avoid it as much as I can. My house is spiritually protected, so I have no idea who that could have been. Hopefully it won't be seen again. Something really creepy happened in my apartment. Something really weird happened today. I got home and found that there were deep scratches on my bedroom TV. And before I left this morning, it was okay. And that's not the weirdest thing. The night before, my girlfriend and I were home, and we ate pizza. And we're 100% sure there were 3 pieces left in her box, and she couldn't eat. In the morning, she got up and left before me. And when I woke up, I looked to see if she had finished them, and found that she still had 3 pieces. However, when I came home this afternoon, there were 2 pieces in the box, and she confirmed to me that she had not eaten any, and there were still 3 pieces. A similar food incident happened to me last week when I returned from holiday. Just before we left, I left half a sausage and a box of fries in the fridge. When I come back, they were gone. Then I thought, must have been throwing them away before, or my aunt had dropped by and picked them up. Today my aunt confirmed she hasn't been in town for 1 month and hasn't been by. I also noticed a little later that the microwave settings had been changed. I have more stories with missing items, lights left on, and things like that, but I always explained it away as me losing it or something. I don't know what to think. I don't know what to do. The only people who have a house key are my aunt, my uncle, and my dad. My uncle has absolutely no reason to come home, especially while I'm gone. My dad is on vacation, and like I said earlier, my aunt is out of town. Heard my mother's voice. This incident will forever be engraved into my memories. Imagine hearing your mother's voice, only to realize she's not even here. I just wanted to share this story because it's extremely creepy, well, at least for me. So I live alone with my mom in a very quiet neighborhood. No loud children or people. I had barely left my room after cleaning to take a quick shower. As I'm preparing to take a shower, I wanted to let my mother know in case she had to use the restroom beforehand. I yelled at her room saying, "I'm using the shower, okay?" Immediately, I heard her exact voice and tone responding back with a loud yawn like, then, okay, coming through the door. I forgot to grab a towel, so I went into her room thinking she was laying there or something, to ask where the extra towels are. There's literally no one in the damn room. I went looking for her in the kitchen, living room, and even checked outside. No one here but me. I freaked out, of course, so I started calling her through my phone, asking her where she had gone just a minute ago. She had told me that she'd gone shopping for hours and hadn't been home this entire time. Honestly, after realizing I was hearing something reply to me, my own mother's voice, I literally felt so creeped out, especially since no one was around, and I heard it coming from inside her room. I never hear or see stuff, so this incident forever changed my beliefs in paranormal. Also made me not want to be alone. Props to those that hear, see, and feel stuff daily, yet stick to their haunted homes because this stuff is creepy as hell. I waited on my dead father in human form at a restaurant. So this happened a while back, and it still creeps me out. I'm hoping this counts as a paranormal experience because it was the most realistic one I've ever felt. I've heard the dead can visit us in human form, but I've always wondered if that's true. I was waiting tables at a restaurant. I worked at one afternoon and stopped by to greet a table that had an older woman and a man sitting together. When I spoke to them, the man was looking down, so I didn't notice him right away. The woman ordered her beverage, and I asked the man what he would like to drink. He looked up at me and said, "I'll take a Diet Pepsi." All I could do was stare. My dad passed away 26 years ago when I was a kid, but I swear on my life the man sitting in front of me was the living, breathing version of him. Same face, same height and build, same voice, even the same gold tooth. I also have good memories of my dad because he was abusive to me and my mom, so I did a whole lot of emotions hit me at once. When I could finally speak, I managed to stammer out, "Okay, I'll be right back." I took their order and checked on them a couple times. When they paid, the man smiled at me with a twinkle in his eye that made me feel like it was my dad. He thanked me, but when he didn't say the name listed on the receipt, my given name. Instead, he used my nickname, but I never told him that name at all. My experiences living near a haunted building. When I was 14 or 15, during the summer, we used to travel up to Pennsylvania to visit my aunt and grandma. It was usually my mom, myself, and sometimes one of my sisters that would go with us. My brother and other sister would stay home with my dad. We usually only stayed there for a week or two. Where my aunt lived, it was country, like the closest neighbor was a good ways away. When I was up there, I would hang out with my older cousin, who was 17. They lived near a huge abandoned rundown building. You could see it from my aunt's house. It had a huge amount of land. My cousin says it was a mental hospital, but my aunt says it was a hotel that shut down. I've tried looking it up, but no info on the building. I remember this night very well. My cousin had a girlfriend. This girlfriend had a younger sister I was interested in. My cousin was going to sneak out and visit her. I asked if I could go. He said no, but reluctantly agreed after a few pleases. To explain the path, we went through the dirt road that was lit by a few street lights. It was an easy 30-minute walk. If we walked through the land by the building, it was a 10-minute walk. He took a flashlight with him. We made our way towards his girlfriend's house. Mind you, it was close to 1 a.m. The way we had to walk by that old building. Don't know why, but it gave me the willies walking by. It felt like you had eyes on you. The path there, nothing happened. We got to the house and ended up leaving at almost 3 a.m. I had fun. When we were walking back, my cousin commented how eerily quiet it was. This was a rural area where you could hear bugs and the nocturnal animals. He told me to walk fast. I made fun of him for being scared. He told me to cut it out. I remember kicking a rock on the ground. We were probably 100 feet from the building when he palms my chest in a stopping motion. I look at him, and he has a shushing motion and points forward. His face says it all. I've never seen him like that. He was not an easy person to frighten. I look up and all I can see is something white, spinning, like if a person wearing a dress was spinning, like they were dancing. It was dead silent. I moved the flashlight from the ground toward the white thing, and it's a lady, super pale, black hair. As soon as the light hits her, she stops, and she kind of evaporates. She was heading towards the front door of the building. From where we're at, we can see the streetlight on the dirt road and book it to the road. My cousin and I didn't speak of it on the way home. When we got to his room, I asked what the hell that was. His response shook me to the core. I don't know, but I saw it staring at us from the windows of the building when we first passed by. I didn't want to scare you, That explained why he was so serious and didn't want to joke with me on the way back. They were surrounding us. It happened in the same location as the last encounter I shared, Dustin's house. This time, we were hanging out in his garage. It was myself, Dustin, and two of our other closest friends, Brandon and Drew. The four of us were all gathered in Dustin's garage, simply hanging out and talking about all manner of high school problems. During the talk, Dustin had made his way to the opposite side of the garage, next to the garage door. The three of us hadn't noticed that this was strategic on Dustin's part. See, there was another light switch in the garage, right next to the garage door. Dustin had hatched a scheme to scare us by suddenly turning the lights out in the middle of our conversation. It was near midnight, and we were already wound up. It was guaranteed to leave us in complete darkness. However, this didn't go the way either. None of us knew what was going to happen that night. So Dustin turned out the lights. It startled us at first, but we quickly realized it was Dustin trying to scare us. We asked multiple times for him to turn the lights back on. He responded with poorly acted confusion. He eventually turned them back on for us. The lights in his garage were very bright. We were blinded for a second and had to let our eyes adjust to the light. That's when we saw it. For some reason, the lights came back on, and the three of us on the opposite from where Dustin were all facing the same way. We all faced the wall opposite the garage door. It was painted white, so it made this very noticeable to us. We saw a black handprint that was slightly faded. Just this lone handprint. Now that may seem like it's easily explainable, which it definitely could be. However, what happened next can't be. The three of us mumbled to each other for a second, all asking if we were remembering and seeing that handprint before the lights went out. We all agreed that we hadn't. Dustin asked what was going on. We told him we saw a black handprint. He must have thought we were joking because he didn't take us very seriously at all. He turned the lights out on us again. This time, we reacted with a little bit more anger, telling him to turn the lights back on. He tried to joke around with us, but we weren't in a joking mood. He caught the hint and turned the light back on. When our eyes adjusted to the light again, we saw them. Multiple black handprints, all overlapping each other in a horizontal straight line, leading from one wall to the next. Every wall in the garage now had a line of overlapping black handprints. They were surrounding us. It looked as though something or someone had been running on all fours, horizontally around us, circling us. Dustin saw them as well. The feeling of terror and panic set in all four of us. We trampled over one another, trying to escape the garage. Drew pushed his hands and his head into my back, ramming me through the door into the house. The three of us spilled into Dustin's living room floor. We couldn't catch our breath and kept shouting nonsense to each other, trying to make sense of what had just happened. We all had a hard time calming down. We tried to convince ourselves that it didn't even happen, that we only thought or seen the handprints. However, when we mustered the courage to check, we were greeted with the handprints still being there. The garage then became a restricted area for us whenever we all hung out. The only time we would go back in was to try and do our own investigating. We never cleaned the handprints off. I'm not sure if it was the fear of angering whatever had left them, or if it was a reminder that it did happen. Either way, it's still one of the craziest experiences I've ever had, and it will always stick with me. Keys changed my perception of the paranormal. I've had many paranormal experiences throughout my life, and even some unexplained experiences that make me question my own reality. If you want to hear more of my experiences, just let me know. I'm an open book. I call this one Keys for a very specific reason. When I was in high school, my longtime friend group would hang out regularly on the weekends. During one specific year, we used one house as our hangout spot. One member of the friend group had just moved into this house, and his mom let us do whatever we wanted. For the sake of his privacy, we'll call him Dustin. The other members of the friend group were not there for this occasion, so their names don't matter right now. I had an experience at Dustin's house that sticks with me to this day. Many experiences, actually, but this one in particular. I was at Dustin's house one night, along with his younger sister and his cousin. We were all sitting in his living room, all sharing space on a giant beanbag he owned. We were all excited that night because Dustin's mom had decided to stay at a friend's house. So we had the house all to ourselves. It seemed like a normal night until, suddenly, we all heard what sounded like a window breaking. It sounded like it was coming from Dustin's little sister's room. Then it sounded like someone was tearing through the room, throwing things all around and breaking things. Dustin's little sister and cousin began crying and screaming immediately, in a panic. Dustin and I ran to his sister's room, completely unarmed. We busted open the bedroom door, expecting to be greeted with whoever had just broken into the house. However, we were greeted with a room that was completely clean. Nothing was out of place, and the window wasn't broken. We thought that maybe we mistook what the room had been broken into. We proceeded to check every room in the house, only to be greeted with the same thing. No windows had been broken, and there was no one else in the house. We were understandably confused by this. The four of us huddled together on a beanbag once again to console each other. That's when I heard it. The sound that would completely change the perception of the paranormal. Of course, I didn't know at that moment that this sound could have such an impact. It sounded like a set of keys being dropped on a table. In his kitchen to our left, I jumped out to investigate, but once again, I found nothing. The rest of the night was uneventful, but we couldn't sleep. The next day, I told my mom about what had happened. She entertained the idea and listened to the story half-heartedly. That is, until I mentioned the set of keys dropping. That made her eyes go wide, which obviously concerned me. She told me that she needed to tell me something. She told me that when she was in high school, some of her friends were a bit unsavory. Not only was she close friends with a practicing witch, but she even dated a Satan worshiper. It may have been a rebellious teen choice, seeing as how she actually is very religious. He eventually asked her to join in a seance or ritual of some kind. He sat in a circle with him, but refused to say anything. She told him, or rather she told me, that during the ritual, things being flying around the room and scared her so bad she ran out and never talked to that guy again. She said that she felt as though something may have followed her, though. She said that she always felt like she was being watched, and as if something was always creeping up behind her after that. So, she told her friend, that's a practicing witch, about this event. Her friend told her that a demon may have tried to attach itself to her, and that she needed some sort of protection. Her witch friend told her that she couldn't help such a protective entity to her. So, her witch friend performed a ritual of her own. Obviously, my mom didn't make the best decisions. After the ritual was over, her witch friend told her that the entity was with her and always would be, that he would protect her from any evil spirits that may intend harm. She then told my mom that even this entity was present because he would make himself known. She said that you would know he was there if you heard the sound of keys jingling, and that his name was Keys. When my mom told me that, I felt ice in my veins. I obviously wondered if I had heard the keys there that night at Dustin's. However, he's attached to my mom, then why would I have heard him? Does he protect her and everything that belongs to her? I would ask if he is even real. It just seems too scary of a coincidence. What could I have heard if it wasn't Keys? Why did we all hear someone or something absolutely tearing Dustin's little sister's room apart, only to suddenly stop when everything's still in its place? Let me know what you guys think. Abnormal amount of paranormal and unexplained encounters. Can anyone relate? I have experienced, in my opinion, a high number of paranormal or unexplained encounters. The first that comes to mind, sleeping in one of the oldest houses in a small Midwest town, I, 13 at the time, fell asleep on the couch that night. I lived with my brother, 9 years old, my sister, 15, and my mother. I rolled off the couch in the middle of the night and awoke when I hit the floor. When my eyes opened, there was a grown man standing over me with his hand out, as if to offer to help me up. In my tired daze, I accepted the helping hand without realizing I've never seen this man in my life. He gently laid me on the couch and disappeared down my hallway toward my mom's room. After checking the house that night, then asking everybody the next morning, it was confirmed that there were no guests in the house that night. Encounter 2. I was age 15 or 16. I was on house arrest at that time. No ankle bracelet, but ordered to stay home through court supervision. I had a friend over at night. We were in the backyard looking through the telescope. Between 8 p.m. and 9 p.m., suddenly, branches start violently snapping all along the tree line near the side of our backyard, as if something big is charging through it, destroying everything in its path. We look over and see what resembles a very muscular wolf running on its hind legs. It sprinted toward, jumped over, and snapped a chunk of wood off the top of the fence that stood about 6.5 feet. All on its hind legs. We both flipped after about 5 seconds of silence, doing the usual, "Did you just see that?" Months later, after telling my mom about this experience, she yelled for me to turn on a certain channel on the TV that was featuring a special documentary about the Beast of Bray Road. Turns out the area we lived in at the time had been receiving reports of the same animal for decades. Encounter 3. Age 17. Riding in the back seat of a friend's van. 4 people inside. We turned right on a busy intersection when an apparition appeared, as if it was walking on the crosswalk. It passed through the center of the vehicles, and every person in the car watched it pass between passengers inside the vehicle as we drove through it. Encounter 4. Age 17 again. Walking through a farmer's field with a buddy at night. The crop was just harvested, so you could see all the way across the field. Sharing a joint, we look over and see 2 people mirroring our body movement perfectly and in sync. We eventually turned toward them, and they turned toward us. We walk toward each other until we meet at an isolated tree in the middle of the field. I'm willing to accept shadows as an explanation for this one, but we were about 200 feet apart when all of this started. Encounter 5, age 21. This one was at a supposedly haunted location that is local to me. It's well in the middle of the woods. After dangling myself in the well and peeing in it, we took a picture. It almost looks like a demon's face behind me. It's easier to see with your brightness turned up in a dark room. I won't be upset if you pick it apart though. I woke up this morning to banging and footsteps coming throughout the first level of my house. I woke up at 5:30 a.m. and usually everyone in the house are asleep. My parents and my brother. These noises came from downstairs, primarily from the northern points in the house around the kitchen or dining room, but I did hear some right below me and sometimes to my right. The banging sometimes sounds like footsteps or stomping. Usually they sounded like knocks, and 2 times I heard the blinds on the backyard door move, but they're also in the kitchen. The noise level of these bangs ranged from mild to slightly above moderately loud, like a hard rock. The knocks and footsteps would occur one at a time and slowly. If 3 paired together, they would be spaced out by 1 or 2 seconds. After a single trip to the washroom, after initially waking up, I spent most of that time paralyzed in an upright position in my bed. If it weren't for my dad waking up around 7 and getting him to investigate for me, I would have been late for work. I'm not sure when it stopped, but the last one I heard was before I left his room. I ran out of the house at that point. Some background information. My brother has a slightly loose headboard for his bed, but I'd only occasionally hear it bang against the wall. But it was far more consistent and louder than his, and he's not known to toss and turn in his sleep very often. We're also very cautious about sneaky rodents trying to run into the house, and the wind was very light this morning. I also live in a quiet suburban area. I'm curious to hear y'all's opinions on my experience, because I'm a little bit shook. Creepy howling, only at night and early in the morning. So me, our baby, and my fiance just moved into my aunt's house about a month ago due to family issues. Everything has been smooth while staying here so far, except a few things. So this place is an old log cabin from 1903. I believe is what my aunt says, and it's out in Missouri in the middle of nowhere. Well, at first it was just all the stories my uncle would tell about all the weird shit that happens out here. Then things started happening. One morning, my uncle was getting ready for work, and he's a truck driver, so he leaves early Monday morning and doesn't come back until Friday night usually. When he calls, my aunt just tells her that he was leaving for work. He saw a wolf the size of his pickup truck. Wolf isn't too much of a problem, right? Well, it is to us because it's been lurking around our house lately and will not stop. Only shows itself early morning and howls so loud at night it wakes us up. Also, we've had dogs here and the dogs aren't dead. If this wolf is so big and everything, why hasn't it killed the dogs? It only wants to get really close to the house and howl very, very loud. The dogs don't bark or act like they're even bothered. Can someone please tell me what this is? I'm hearing noises outside right now while I'm typing this. Update. I keep thinking about the skinwalkers, like crossing my mind for a month or so. I started reading about them, and then the thought of them wouldn't leave. I'm 50% Native American too. Does this have anything to do with these things? Also, I hear knocking on the doors from time to time at night, and very weird sounds outside. Sometimes almost like a singing or just sounds with little rhythms. My dad woke me up and opened my curtains. But he was on a business trip. How is this possible? This happened when I was 8 years old. I was in bed in my room. The door was shut tight, and so were the curtains. It was around 4 a.m., which was strange, since I didn't usually wake up around that time. My room door opened and my dad came in. I said good morning, a bit confused, and he didn't answer, just walked to the window and opened the curtains. The sun was still rising, but there was some light and brightened the room. I said good morning again, and once more, no answer. A little freaked out, I sat up and noticed a little boy sitting on my bedroom floor, playing with the train set. I started to really get scared and tried to get my dad's attention. He was still standing at the window, half turned towards me. Then he vanished. Literally, just vanished. And so did the boy. Then my dad reappeared. He was sort of drifting around the room, doing stuff like reading or lying down. Never once spoke, eventually vanishing again, and after some time, I got up to make sure I wasn't dreaming, checked the door and curtains. After some time, I went back to bed. I eventually fell asleep only to have nightmares. My mom came into my room, this time for real, asking why the curtains were open. I told her the story, and she reminded me that my dad was on a business trip. My childhood home was haunted. I lived in my childhood home when I was a baby until 13. My family is very religious, and as a child, I was taught that when you die, you either go to heaven or hell, and that's it. I was never told about anything supernatural, so in a lot of these moments, I had no idea what I was experiencing. It wasn't until I was older that I understood. Also, because I was so young for some of these, or I didn't understand in the moment, I only remember some details. Last story is probably the scariest, and I'll tear up every time I talk about it. I wanted to do this in chronological order, but I honestly can't remember which of these happened first. So I'll kind of combine them because they involve the same entity. In elementary school, I walked home from school every day since it was only about a 15-minute walk. The house next door to us was abandoned for quite a few years after the last neighbors moved out, and I walked past it every single day. Pretty frequently, I would see this girl in the top floor window. She looked to be around the same age as me, maybe a little older. Curly, dirty blonde hair, pink bow in her hair, wearing a pink and white frilly dress. I never really thought much about her and just went home. There was one time, though, that made me really confused. I was with my sister in her room, playing with Barbies. She had a shuttered window in her room that faced the backyard. We were playing, and I'm really not sure why, but I had the strongest feeling that I needed to open the window, so I did. The girl was in our backyard, standing in front of the slide. I wasn't scared, and was just staring at her. She continued to stand there, and I'm not sure for how long. We were just looking at each other, but she eventually began to fade away. The best way I can describe it is like when you stare at a light bulb and look away and you can still see the outline. It was kind of like that until she was just gone. It sounds stupid now, because if I say I saw that now, I would freak out. But after she was gone, I just kept playing with my sister like nothing happened. I would see this girl pretty often, but she never scared me. This one is short, but it was the middle of the night and I was asleep. I was maybe 5 or 6. I was suddenly woken up to a hard punch in the stomach. After recovering and calming down, I went to my parents' room, and they told me it was nerves, so I believed them. I absolutely hated my parents' room. The feeling and energy in there was so heavy and dark. The feeling of panic would wash over me every time I was in there. On multiple occasions, I would see things in there when I walked to and from my room. The scariest entity I ever saw was standing right in their bed. It had skin that looked like tar, and it was taller than the ceiling, so it had to bend to fit in the room. I don't remember if it had a face. I eventually stopped looking in the room entirely. I hated when my parents would ask me to grab something from them in their room. I would sprint out every time. One time, I'd walked home from school, and it was very hot. So when I got home, I threw my hair up into a ponytail to cool off. I walked into my room, and I immediately feel fingers grip my ponytail and start pulling me back to my parents' room. All of our bedrooms were in the same hallway, and mine was directly across from my parents' room. My dad and I roughhoused a lot, and my parents knew I was terrified of their room. It didn't hurt, and I thought it was my dad messing around, and he's a big guy, so I went to elbow him in the stomach and hit him. Nothing. Confused, I looked down and saw no feet behind me. Just as the panic started to hit, it dropped me right in front of my parents' door. I whipped my head around to see what it was, and nothing. I sat in shock for a few moments before the tears started to fall. I eventually got up and found my dad talking to my grandma in the living room. This one happened about a week before we moved out. It was only me and my grandma home. My mom took my sister to practice, and my dad was out grabbing dinner. I was in the living room doing homework on the couch. My grandma was watching TV in her room, which was to the left of me. The kitchen and dining room in the hallway, with all of our bedrooms, was to the right of me. The hallway is out of sight from the living room, since it goes behind the dining room. I was focused on my homework when I started hearing footsteps going up and down the hallway and into the bedrooms. I thought it was my sister wearing her Disney princess costume and heels. The footsteps kept going for a while, and then I realized my sister wasn't home, and it was just me and my grandma, and she was on the opposite end of the house. My cat was by my feet. My heart sunk. Once again, I realized what it was, but I decided to just ignore it and not give it any attention. It eventually stopped, so I felt more relaxed. After a few minutes of quiet, I heard the loudest slam I ever heard coming from a few feet away in the dining room. It sounded like someone picked up a boulder and slammed it on the hardwood. I was looking on the ground for what might have fallen when I heard it speak. It was multiple voices hissing and groaning my name all at once. It was the scariest thing I've ever experienced, and currently have full body chills just remembering what it sounded like. I sat in silence with tears running down my face. Frozen in place for what felt like forever, I was too terrified to move or make a sound. I finally managed to squeak out a little "grandma," and nothing happened. So I started to sob, calling for her. We moved out later that week, and the first night at that new house I had a dream. I was standing in the street outside the old house at night. It was quiet and all the lights were off. Then all of a sudden, all of the windows opened, and it was so bright inside, it looked like a lighthouse. It sounded like a party was happening, multiple conversations going on, and you could see shapes of people moving around the house manipulating the light. And just as quickly as it started, it stopped. The windows all slammed shut. Everything was quiet and dark again. Then I woke up. I haven't experienced anything close to that since moving. A few years ago, the current owners of the house invited my family over to a Super Bowl party. I decided not to go, but my sister did. She talked to the owners and asked them if they've ever experienced anything weird since moving in. They were shocked. She asked, and apparently they were seeing shadow people in and around the house looking in the windows. "Honey, did you see that?" A few nights ago, my husband and I were just sitting in bed, playing around on our phones. We have a roommate that stays in the area that's separate from us with blankets hung from the ceiling. So basically, our place is one large room and one small room that's the bathroom and storage room. The large room we stay in is an L-shaped room partitioned off into 3 areas. One is our roomie's area, ours, and then the kitchen type area. We were in our little area chilling, he was asleep in his area, and the kitchen area had the only light in the house on. Where the light is located, so if someone were to walk between us and the light, it will cast a defined shadow directly on the blankets we have as a partition. I noticed at first just a shadow in the shape of a person slowly walk from the left to the right, and then about 30 seconds later, it go from right to left, straight for where our roommate was asleep. I looked at my husband, tapped his leg. "Did you see that?" I whispered, "Yeah, human-shaped, but where's Dude, our cat?" That could not have been him going over to the couch. I don't think so. That didn't limp like Dude. Dude has 3 legs, so his walk is very noticeable in the shadows. Plus, there was no sound of steps or clawing on the couch. Dude's not graceful. Just as I finished that sentence, a full human-shaped shadow just slowly started forming, making the shadow look clearer and darker. You could literally see the head, torso, and arms, slightly away from the body, as if a person was standing right there, and then as our eyes went to the floor, we could see what appeared to be 2 shadow legs at the bottom, completely black, no defined separation of the pant leg or boots. And with that, my husband and I started yelling to our roommate, "Hey Randy, wake up, is anyone out there with you?" "Only Dude, but he's on my bed, why?" So we told him what we saw. His response, "Yep, I know the unfamiliar spirit," and that was it. Nothing else happened the rest of the night. I just want to add this happened at around 4:45 a.m. Predicting the future? One of my main hobbies is story writing. I've been writing since I was 8. I'm now 23. Several times in my writing career, I have indirectly predicted odd events. It hasn't happened often. I just find it strange that it happened more than once. The first time, I was writing a story about a group of teenagers in school. One of the main characters was Weston, who had blonde curly hair, blue eyes, was 5'6", and had a crush on the main character. Well, that summer, I went to a summer camp. I met, you guessed it, a boy named Weston, blonde, curly hair, blue eyes, 5'6", and at the end of the week, admitted he had a crush on me. The second time, I was writing a story about a family who survived a fire and became part of a secret organization. The main character's name was Kensington Park. Well, a year later or so, construction workers began building a neighborhood across the street from us. I didn't think anything of it until I saw what they named the community. Kensington Park. And get this, the first house they started working on burned down within the first couple weeks. Most recently, I began writing a story about space travel. At one point, a giant floating cluster of water is found floating around in space. Next thing you know, I scroll upon an article in my Facebook feed about just that. Scientists discover a giant mass of water floating in space. Now obviously, it's hard to prove that this actually happened, as people can say I wrote these stories after the events, and then lied about the date I started writing them. But given you all believe in things like this, do you think there's any meaning behind it? Am I actually predicting future events? Or is it just a strange series or coincidence? ghost robber that leaves foot-tall Lego Mandalorian ATST, but takes it back later. Earlier today, I was in the bathroom when I heard knocking on my bedroom door. I share the room with my roommate who was at work, and I share the apartment with 2 other friends who were in their room. I heard the knock again, and I yelled from the bathroom, "Yeah?" The door opened and banged loudly. I heard hurried shuffling, then the door closed. During that time, I called out to who it was and my roommate's name, but there was no response. This was about 5 seconds. I then heard the front door close loudly. This was very strange because whoever it was should have been able to hear me clearly. I opened my phone to check my roommate's location. He was still at work. It took me about 30 seconds to leave the bathroom. I went over my other roommates who were in their other room. As I passed, I observed that the front door was locked, which could be locked on the way out. The door was closed. I knocked and I went in. One roommate was in bed. The other was gaming, somewhat loudly. I asked the one gaming, who's been my friend for about a decade, if he went into my room. He said no. Both of them have not left the room. I told them what happened, and they asked if anything was missing. I am observant, and I did not notice anything missing, especially given the time frame of 5 seconds. My friend went into the room to look around and asked me again if anything is missing. I said no, but I pointed out that if I didn't recall an ATST Lego sitting on my roommate's desk. It stood maybe a foot tall. If you look it up on Google, it comes up. I've never seen it before, but I was convinced that I overlooked it. I texted my roommate to ask if he came back, but he said he didn't. I told him I'd tell him why, and I asked him when he comes back from work. As a joke, we went to Denny's for about an hour. I went over it with him, and we concluded that I'd just heard the apartment above us. I described it to them as someone rushing to get something because they were late to work. I was okay with this explanation that everything I heard in the bathroom was just the apartment above us. I've heard knocks before, but I was pretty sure it was the neighboring apartment. However, when we got back, my friend decided to be funny and take the ATST Lego and see if my roommate would notice it was gone. I took a nap in my room. I woke up to my roommate coming back about 3 hours after the incident. He sat on his desk, but he didn't seem to notice a foot-tall Lego was gone. I told him, "Are you missing a certain Lego?" And he said no. I brought it to him and he was confused. It wasn't his. He had never seen it before. I was kind of laughing with my friend that I was right. Someone broke in and left it there. I placed it on the coffee table in the living room and said, "We need to dust this for prints." I wanted to explain to my roommate what happened by reenacting what happened. I told him to go to the bathroom. I made the noises I heard. Quickly, it was about 15 seconds worth of reenacting. This reenactment included me being in the living room and near the front door, which I am 50% certain was locked. After 15 seconds, I spoke to my roommate some more for about 10 seconds. We went to the living room and the Lego was gone. During this time, it was just me, the roommate that came back, and my friend for a decade who was in the middle of a game of League of Legends. The other roommate was in class. I told my friend and he didn't believe that it was gone. I let him check our room and it's not anywhere. I looked all over the coffee table, it didn't fall anywhere. It's 1 foot tall, where could it have gone? I believed my friend when he said he didn't take it back. I looked in his room anyway. Besides, I was basically in the living room the entire time. I would have heard him get up, or the door open, or something coming in to take it. It's just gone. To give perspective, the Lego was on the coffee table for no more than 1 minute. I've never been a person to believe in the paranormal, but this is one that's too hard to refute. There's absolutely no way for this to happen. I believe in my roommates, and logically, it couldn't have been them. I want to ask if this is paranormal. What could do this? I have little knowledge in the paranormal, but I don't recall ghosts being able to do this so easily. We have no prior paranormal activities, but previous tenants of our rooms have said that it was haunted. Casual ghost responding to my sleep talk. To add context before I get into the story, my grandma has this experience in this house, the 40 plus years she's lived there, and I honestly feel like it's nothing malevolent. There's also been news in the small town of this house about the deaths, and I'll try looking them up later, but considering the things she's been experienced, I'll just stick to this one story for now. So about 2 years ago in September of 2020, my grandma had a stroke and needed my mom to go up and help her for a few weeks while we set up the house. About a week into this 3-week stay at my grandma's, I went through a lot of nostalgia as I lived there till I was 10. Late into the night, I was on the phone. It was around 11 p.m. when I had started falling asleep on the phone with someone that doesn't add much to the story. But I had slowly fallen asleep on the phone with them and didn't realize I had thought I was talking to them the entire time. As I had been talking, I vividly remember the ghost responding to my apology for falling asleep with a subtle, sweet and calm tone. "That's okay, dear. Our long talk has been nice." As I heard this, I jolted away and looked at the time. It was 2:14 a.m. I quickly looked at the call to see if it had ended, and it did. But at 12 a.m., I had looked around frantically trying to comprehend what had happened, and it just felt weird to think that someone had been talking to me for 2 hours, and I was concerned someone had entered the house. So I got up to look around, but nothing. Everyone else had been asleep since around 9 p.m., so I was completely jostled. Later that same day, I had gone back to sleep. I asked everyone about it, and no one was awake at the time. After this, I went to talk to my grandma about it, and her only response was, "Oh, you talked to Vivian. She was really nice, wasn't she?" After that, my grandma started to transition to German due to her stroke. After that, I just had it on my mind during that trip, wondering what would have caused this, and I honestly just want to go back, just to see if I could try talking again. I just wanted to say my interesting experience. That's all. Two experiences I can't wrap my head around. I have two experiences that happened on two separate occasions, last year in my home, a few months apart from each other. They're nothing too crazy, but I constantly think about them and try to wrap my head around what could have logically happened, but I just can't think of any. So around June or July last year, it was probably close to midnight, and I was hungry for a snack. I tried to get my sister to go downstairs with me to the kitchen, since I hate going alone, but she refused, and I went by myself. I'm afraid of ghosts, but I've never had an experience or encounter in my home prior to this. So I thought, there's nothing to be afraid of, but still I had an uneasy feeling. The dark still creeps me out. To combat this feeling, I wore my wireless headset and left the stream on so I could distract myself while I made my snack. The volume was turned pretty low, generally have my computer volume set below 50, and the stream volume was even less than that. And I had the right side of my computer tucked behind my ear to hear if a family member was coming. The stream would also cut in and out since the connection doesn't really reach the kitchen. I mention all this because I was putting away stuff in the fridge. I hear a clear as day, "Hey," whispered into my right ear. the one with the headphone tucked behind it. Now, I'm one of those people where if something spooky happens, I try to ignore it and let the feeling pass, which is what I did at first. I tried my ignoring tactic, thinking I was just imagining it, but I started getting chills and the hair on the back of my neck stood straight up, and I just got an overwhelming feeling of fear. This reaction has never happened to me before while I've experienced other spooky things I've ignored. So I whip around, expecting to see something that might have just snuck up on me or even an intruder for a quick second. Scanning around to see if anyone might be there, and no one was. Now that was my sign to get the fuck out. So I threw everything back in the fridge and took my snack and ran. My second experience was similar, except I had my headset fully on. I was sitting at my desk doing homework, and my desk is set up in a way where my back is facing the door. I had nothing playing through my headset, and I was just sitting there with them on. And the door to my room was open. Suddenly I hear a loud psst come from the doorway, which is unusually what my mom does when she tries to get my attention with the headphones on. So I saw nothing of it and turned around expecting to see her standing in the doorway, only to find nobody there. Now I would have just brushed this off as nothing if my dog hadn't also turned to look at the door. As it happened as well, this freaked me out a little, as I realized my mom was still at work and no one could have just snuck up the stairs to prank me or anything. Since my house is kind of old and the stairs are insanely loud, it's impossible to sneak up those stairs without hearing anyone coming up. I did use the ignore it tactic on this, so I wouldn't get any more freaked out than I already was, and just ignored that it had even happened. I thought about several factors that might have been the reasons for these, but I essentially debunked them all. Like you could argue that maybe the hey was heard through my headphones, but I did a test and I can confirm I don't hear any audio when it's tucked behind my ear. And it was exceptionally clear, and only my right ear. I thought how the psst might have just been a family member downstairs and I just heard it from upstairs. But I can also confirm that my headphones do a pretty good job at blocking sound, especially if it were coming from all the way downstairs. And this was also really close and clear. I've ruled out being tired since both times I was fully awake, and also ruled out being in a bad mental state as I was mentally sound during these occurrences. So I genuinely don't think it could have just been imagining it, but hey, I could be wrong on any of these. Some other interesting things I might add, that my mom has said that she's heard whispering while walking through the kitchen at night, and that my sister's friends have claimed to see a figure of a man in the kitchen sometimes. The voice I heard that whispered the hey to me was definitely a man's voice as well. This might also be worth noting, but on the night of Mother's Day, me and my sister were up late making a gift for our mom, and around the time 2:55 or 3, the doorbell rang. We ignored the first ring, but then it rang a second time, and our family got up to check both doors to see if anyone was outside. No one was. We also have a gate that's very noticeable when opened and closes, and it goes all the way around the house, so we would have heard someone open that. Possibly if it were a person, they could have jumped the gate maybe. Only after this did those other spooky things happen to me, and now I got kind of worried that maybe when my family opened the door that night, we might have let something in. Any thoughts? I kept thinking about it and trying to brush it off as maybe I'm just crazy and imagined it. But these experiences have just stuck with me and I ponder about them a lot. The Banshee in the Bog. Irish folklore is littered with mysterious and terrifying creatures, the kind that sound so unbelievable, but that people speak of with such conviction that you can't help but wonder if there must be a layer of truth buried in there. Old people in particular still hold a belief of the fairy folk and lore of ancient Ireland. Before she passed away, my grandmother would have sat us down in her cottage and filled its walls with the tales of all kinds of spirits, from silently watchful black hounds to the kelpie, a water horse that would seduce you into riding it before darting into the depths of a lake, or lough, and galloping into the murky depths. When my parents would collect us, Mom would scowl when she found out about the ghost story session, knowing that neither my brother nor I would be getting much sleep that night. Nevertheless, I cherish these fireplace memories as they take me back to a simpler time when the dark winter evenings would be filled with life in the form of Granny's littling aged voice. My favorite of these creatures, or at least favorite I suppose, given the endless amount of nightmares it implanted into my mind as a child, was the banshee, a spirit tied to particular families. Legend has it that she appeared in different forms, but tends to favor that of either a beautiful but distraught woman or of a hunched, ailing, older washerwoman, if it appeared by sight at all. If it is even more distinct, you see, by its unearthly cry. Its wails and weeps fill a room, or would be audible for miles away across the countryside. The person who crosses path with the banshee, or its cry, should quickly alert the family, as this is a signal that someone from the family has died, or is set to die. Yes, the banshee is an omen of death. As I grew older, I became cynical to the tales my grandmother had spouted, including that of the banshee. I moved to the city for university at 18, and in immersing myself with the life in the modern world, the ways of country life seemed to evaporate. A small-scale reflection of the increasingly modernizing world, I guess. Sad when you think about it, isn't it? That was until one particular summer. My parents had recently downsized to a small cottage deep in the barren Irish West, where the roar of city life was inaudible. I stayed with my parents for the month of July and spent long, languid days roaming the nearby fields and looking out for signs of wildlife, such as foxes that roamed late at dusk, or the bats that flew low along the lanes, which were laden with sprawling plant life. My story begins, I suppose, in the second week of my stay. I had taken to going for twilight walks, making the most of our northern sun, which can see daylight lasting until close to 11 p.m. I was some miles away from the house, but could sense darkness approaching, and decided to make my way home. Nighttime in that part of the country is utterly dark, and not something you want to find yourself swallowed by. It was as I was walking back that I heard it, the most startling, biting cry. It seemed to fill the world around me, as though echoing against stone walls, even though I was surrounded by open nature. I can try to describe it by saying that it was on one hand the sound of a woman in sharp pain, but equally that of a grieving mother sobbing the loss of her child. I was momentarily horrified. In one moment, it seemed that all of my cynicism was laid to rest, and that I should run home without question. What sort of horrific creature was capable of producing a sound like this? However, I then tried to apply logic. After all, can't foxes make the most spine-tingling noises when they're distressed? Or even in heat? There had been a purely natural explanation to this, in spite of indisputably unnatural it sounded. Whatever it was, I didn't want to stick around and find out. I would run home, I decided, and alert my parents, just in case someone was genuinely in distress or harm. I began to pick up the pace, breaking into a jog, but something in the peripheries of my vision brought me to a sharp and sudden stop. To my left was bogland, an area that I'd been warned never to walk in, as it would be all too easy to sink into the wet ground and become stuck, or even suffocated. It was shocking to me, therefore, that in the midst of this bogland stood a woman, long silvery blonde hair twisting in the evening breeze. The relative distance and encroaching darkness made it hard to make her out entirely, but she looked to be in her mid-20s, my age, and her face was contorted in what looked like either pain or horror. It was from her mouth. I realized that the bone-chilling screams were emerging. Initially, I was stunned. This was so adverse to anything I'd experienced in this part of the world so far, which seemed so devoid of alarm or drama or consequence. But I shook myself then and called out to the woman as loudly as I could. "Hello, what's wrong? Are you stuck?" She seemed to register me, small eyes turning in my direction, but there was no response, aside from the continuous screech which now pounded in my head. "Hello? I'm going to try to get help. I'll be back as soon as I can." With that, I ripped my eyes from the woman and darted back to the house as quickly as I could. I was around a mile away, but phone signal was limited in that part of the country, and I knew I needed to get home in order to do something to assist the woman. I would have been at risk to my own life to have walked across the bogland towards her. When I got home, my parents' warm faces quickly dropped to the looks of alarm upon registering me. "What is it? You look as if you've seen a ghost." I quickly filled them in on what I'd seen, and they sprung into action, grabbing the phone and alerting the local Garda, our police force. In the meantime, my father and I leapt into the car to make our way back to the spot, whilst my mother waited for Garda to arrive. By car, we were there within minutes, and I quickly directed my father to where I had seen the incident. I pride myself on my sense of direction, and the lane is fairly straightforward, so I was utterly bemused when I realized that there was no woman in sight, nor sound within earshot, bar the standard noises of country evening. We scanned the area, but still nothing. When my mother arrived with the constable, he questioned me about where I had seen the woman, and raised his eyebrow when I said she was no longer there. There's no way she could have submerged in that space of time. You said she was standing fully upright when you saw her here, right?" "That's right. She was a bit of a distance away, but it didn't look like her legs were submerged at all. It was screaming that made me run for help." He nodded. "Okay, son, thank you. Could you very clearly tell me once again exactly what you saw? Try not to miss anything out." I did so, relaying the story to him again, and trying to interpret his facial reactions as I did so. He remained quite neutral, writing my account onto his notepad. When I finished, he paused before speaking slowly. "Right. I'm going to say first that given how few people live around here, I myself can't say I know anyone fitting that description. I like to think that I know each and every one around these parts. However, I'm going to file a report and investigate this further. It might be that she got herself free and walked off again." Here he stopped and bit the end of his pen, looking thoughtful before continuing with some visible discomfort. "I want to thank you for alerting me about this. I just want to say, before I set off, I've heard of cases like this in the past. Figures, women, appearing around the countryside and alarming a passerby with their cry. Again, officially, I'm going to handle this as I'd handle any other case. But I want you to do me a favor. Check in with your family this evening and see how they're doing. It might sound odd, but can you do that for me?" Dad looked perplexed at this and seemed like he was going to ask further questions. But Mom interjected, nodding. "Yes, officer. I think I understand you. We'll do that." With that, we drove home. The darkness of the land around us was impenetrable. Aside from the light of the car's full beam, it was a moonless night. We didn't need to contact our family members that evening. Well, we got in contact, but what I mean to say is, they reached out to us first. My mother's brother-in-law had sent her a message when we'd been out. The message wasn't long. It simply read, "Hi Bridget, tried to contact you, but no reply. Please call." When Mom got through, she was distraught to find out her sister had passed away that evening. It had been a sudden medical event that nobody had predicted. Aunt Sarah had been living with her husband and family in the USA for years. We saw her biannually most years, but the death shook us up nevertheless. In the days that followed, we sprung into action, assisting with funeral arrangements in whatever way we could, booking flights to Boston. I didn't voice it to my parents, not wanting to upset them further, but I couldn't help but consider the incident with the woman in the bog, and what the officer had said to us. My logical mind tried its best to protest, but my memory kept tiptoeing back to the stories my grandfather had told me years ago, particularly those of the banshee. Was it possible that it could have been the explanation? Was the woman in the field trying to alert me, to warn me about the impending death of my aunt? It took 2 years for me to bring this up to my mother. I was once again visiting home, and we were drinking tea in the garden. It was yet another summer evening at twilight, and I was taken back to that night by the bog. I voiced my memories to Mom, and asked her if she remembered what the constable had said. She gazed into her cup of tea and sighed and looked up at me slowly. "Yes, son, I remember." "Do you recall me telling him that I thought I might understand?" "Yes, Mom, I do. Your dad was ready to question him. Well, this might sound crazy to you, but I did understand. You see, about 3 years before that, similar had happened." I took an intake of breath, but she must have seen my eyes widen. "Oh no, I didn't see a woman, if that's what you think. But I did hear a cry from within the walls of our old home on the evening your granny passed away, as though someone was screaming deep inside the house. Of course, the difference is that we were prepared that time. We knew it was only a matter of days or hours. But I did hear the cry. It terrified me at the time. It's part of the reason we sold up and moved to this cottage. I was dumbstruck. When I finally found my voice, I told her I hoped that she hadn't come to hate the new house too, following what I had seen the last 2 years before. "Oh no," she responded. "No, I actually think it's helped me deal with the first occasion, believe it or not. You see, I think maybe it's not a bad thing. She was distressed, you say, when you saw her there. The woman in the bog, I mean. Well, perhaps she was just sad as we were. Perhaps she's just part of the family. I do wonder if anyone has seen or heard her in the past. Your grandmother, well, you remember her stories. I used to grimace when I came home to you and your brothers shuddering on the sofa. I still stand by that." She smiled wistfully at me and she said this, and I was transported back to the corner of the old sofa. But it could be that she knew there was some truth behind what she was saying. Perhaps your grandmother, my mother, had seen her sad friend too. With that, she finished her tea, lifted both cups from the table, and walked to the sink, leaving me filled with thoughts, nostalgia, and an overwhelming sense of closeness to my own family, culture, and land that I hadn't felt before. I've had many experiences with ghosts. I've had countless experiences with ghosts for the last 10 years. I think I brought it into my life by constantly using a Ouija board when I was in high school. Here are a couple. When I was in high school, I used to clean my uncle's house for money when he was away at work. I always thought the house was really creepy and weird things would happen. My dog would get locked in a room. I live in the north, where it's pitch black in the winter months most of the time. I was finishing up cleaning for the day and I was vacuuming, and I looked up at the window in front of me and I saw a dark figure behind me in the hallway. The window was kind of like a mirror because it was so dark outside. As soon as I squinted to try to see more clearly what it was, all the lights and power in the house shut off. The vacuum shut off, the lights. It was pitch black and silent. I ran outside down the street and didn't look back. 2. My most recent experience is this. 6 months to a year ago, I started experiencing strange things happening in my apartment. Someone would knock on the door and I would open it, and nobody was there. One night, my husband was out of town, and I was sleeping in the apartment alone. I keep our bedroom door closed because our dogs sleep with us, and I don't want him roaming the apartment at night. I heard some weird noises in the living room, but I tried not to think much of it because I was scared and I just wanted to try to fall asleep. Then I heard a light knock on my bedroom door. This freaked me out, but I didn't do anything and just ended up going to sleep. As I said above, I've had countless experiences with ghosts, so maybe I'm just used to it. In the morning, I went to the living room, and in the middle of the room on the ground was a perfectly straight, fake vine laid out on the floor. For decor, I had vines wrapped around the curtain rods. I have no explanation other than a ghost for this, because to take those down, you need to go on a ladder and unravel these vines. I think I have an attachment. When I was around 10, I'd see a door get pulled open after trying to open it multiple times, where I saw a girl dead, hanging by a noose, dripping blood. The door slammed. I went back to see what was really there, and there was nothing there. There were 2 other people with me also, who saw it. I'm an insomniac. When I was around 8, I had one of the deepest sleeps ever, but got woken out of it by some sort of cold wind. It was around 3 a.m. at the time. I lived in a country where it never got colder than like 15 degrees. Anyway, I woke up suddenly and I saw something in the corner. It was a shadowy figure. When I think about it now, it was very familiar and looked a lot like what I look like now. Although it didn't have many features, the body and hair type, and all reminds me of myself now. The figure came up to me and I thought it was my mom, so I said hello. It lifted its hand and it crawled onto the bed. Its face formed a sort of almost transparent mouth, and it opened its mouth then disappeared into me. I felt extremely cold, then a warmth, then nothing, and I decided I was imagining things. When I woke up, there was water on my floor, even though I had no bottles of water in my room, and it was in the middle of a drought, so it couldn't be flooding. I'm mentally ill. I think I have bipolar disorder, so I get scared. A lot of this stuff is paranoia or mania or stuff I imagine. But I've heard humming and singing multiple times when I've been completely alone. I have many periods of time where I only dream about dead people, or have the exact same dream again and again, or see visions in my head of the dream even when I'm awake. I'm a huge empath for people who are alive, and generally, there's been multiple times where I've been near places where people have died and felt really overwhelmed and cried and stuff before I even knew it was anything to do with the dead. Also, when I watch or hear about paranormal things sometimes, I start to feel dizzy, extremely angry or sad. But lately, I've been having random chest pain, back pain. I've been to the doctor, but there's nothing that could cause that. I've also been feeling as if something is coming for me or warning me. I feel like I'm kind of going crazy. I played with a child's ghost in the children's hospital ER when I was 3. When I was 3 or 4, I fell pretty violently down the staircase in my family's old Massachusetts Victorian home, and my parents took me to the Bay State Children's Hospital, one town over in Springfield, Massachusetts. I just had a busted lip from hitting the wall on the way down because it was one of those main staircases that turns and then continues downward, but my parents were concerned that I hit my head. So despite my crying and protesting at the idea of going to the doctors, they took me. I remember being absolutely terrified at the idea of possibly needing stitches in my lip. so I cried the whole way there. The one good thing I remember about this place was the big playroom they had in the regular children's hospital unit. However, the children's ER only had a few of those bead toys on a wooden box with the squiggly plastic bits to slide the beads on. I don't know what they're called. I sat down in front of the toy and started sliding the blocks and beads around the loop in turns of the plastic. Then a boy started talking to me, and when I looked up, he was on the other side of the toy. I remember being taken back because I'd never seen him before. The most gore I'd ever seen was when my parents were scrambling for the remote while we were watching The Simpsons and Itchy and Scratchy came on. The side of the boy's head was cracked completely open, and as I took in his injury, a strange scent hit me. Sort of a sickly sweet smell, but it was barely there, if that makes sense. I was a very anxious child, so I tried my hardest to hide my uneasiness, smiled at him, and continued to play. I remember he asked me, "What happened to you?" And I answered that I fell down the stairs. Then I asked him, "How did you get your boo-boo?" Gesturing towards my own head, he answered simply that he fell and we kept playing. At the time, I thought he was a boy I knew from school, as he looked slightly similar, minus the cracked open head, so I felt comfortable with him after a few minutes. We chatted about how we were both afraid of being at the doctor's, and of being hurt from whatever the treatment would be. That's pretty much the end of the memory. I got medicine on my lip, and they checked my head to make sure I wasn't hit during the fall. Then a month or so later, there was a fire drill at my school. We were all lined up in the parking lot, and I spotted the kid who I thought was the one in the ER with me. But to my surprise, his head was perfectly intact. Not even stitches or a scar. His hair growth was also completely uninterrupted. And I knew the doctors would shave down the hair to treat the wound. In that moment, I basically just shrugged it off as my mistake. It wasn't that kid, so finally, a few years ago, when I was 20, I brought this memory up to my parents, and they had no idea what I was talking about. They remembered my fall and the trip to the ER, me playing in the waiting room, but not a boy with a cracked open head playing with me. They said if this head was as I described it would be, he would not be in the waiting room just hanging out. When they said that, my adult brain processed the memory again, and I was basically like, oh yeah, what the fuck? Then I remembered the smell that emanated from him as we talked and played. I kept trying to place the smell of infection, or maybe just dried out inside of his wound, but then I remembered where I smelt that before, just much, 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 much more strongly. When I lived in Okinawa, Japan, as a preteen, there were a ton of stray cats everywhere. And one day, I went on a walk with my class at my international school. It was basically a rural Japanese neighborhood with a lot of farms around. As we walked up this one hill, the boy leading us started gagging and groaning. And the rest of us just laughed because we thought he was either messing around or just being dramatic. But then the stench hit us. I'd never smelled death so strongly like that before, and my eyes literally watered. We hesitantly made our way to the top of the hill in search of the source of the odor. We noticed a red stained bag hanging off a low branch on a tree, and the boy who originally smelled it quickly dashed over to peek into the bag, and then ran back gagging. Apparently there were 3 dead, bloodied cats stuffed into a grocery bag, unceremoniously hung up. It was through the memory of that smell that I identified what the scent of the boy in the ER was. It was that tangy, sweet, rotting smell of putrefying flesh, just like watered down, so it was almost unnoticeable. Ghost experience last night. At the end of September, my Nana, who I was extremely close with and loved very, very much, passed on. Fast forward to December, I had moved into my first apartment. We had talked many times about moving, and she was excited for me to get it. Anyways, nothing unexplained or weird happened until last night. I came home from the gym around 3 p.m. I was having a rough day and was on the phone with my mom. I'd gone into my bedroom in and out several times. My bed was made and nothing was on it. Around 5 p.m.-ish, I started to wind down and got my shower. I come back into my room, sit on the edge of my bed, moisturizing. I put on my pajamas and walked to the bathroom for maybe 3 to 5 minutes, max. Mind you, I had no music on or anything. It was silent. I come back into my bedroom, and the work clothes I changed out of hours ago were sitting on my bed. I know for a fact I put them in the hamper in the closet next to my bed. I was shocked because I knew they weren't there before because I was just sitting in that exact spot. Plus, I had already put my gym clothes in the hamper after my shower, so if I did leave my work clothes out, I would have put them in the hamper as well. It was just such a weird feeling knowing that it wasn't me. I live alone, by the way. Checked everywhere for an imaginary intruder. I was just stunned. I said, hello, and if it was my Nana, that I love her, but if not, that I'm friendly and I don't mean any harm. Nothing weird the rest of the night, and I slept fine. No bumps in the night, but it was definitely a weird and unsettling feeling. First experience in a new space. I've had experiences with ghosts or similar things most of my life. In my dad's childhood home, my older sister and I would run and frantically try to flip on the light switches to the kitchen and dining room. There was a black mass that would move from the den to the dining room and vice versa. And my dad had his own experiences, such as my sister, probably 2 or 3 at the time, asking who the green man was at the end of the hall. Then my mother's house, my sister could never shut her own closet door. If she did, something went crazy, throwing stuff around the closet and ripping clothes down. She kept her mattress on the ground, so it couldn't hide under her bed. This activity stopped after my grandmother passed away in the home. As a teenager, we rented an old mill house in town. I had a radio that started turning on by itself. It never did this in any other house, so I unplugged it, and it still turned one. Whatever it was liked to scare me with the radio, turning on as soon as I reached the counter or went to bed. It even did this with my friends over. One night, my friend said he was there and something over there was with you. A dark shadow was standing by the bookcase next to the couch. I jumped up to sit with her on the love seat. The large cup of tea I had set on the floor next to the couch was now pressed up against the top of the arm of the chair. When we both saw this, it crashed to the floor. We ran out of the house. I also had scratching in my closet. Recently, my family have moved into my dad's house. Not a childhood home, but my dad hasn't had any experiences in this house. The other day, I woke up and went to the hall bathroom, which is tiled. My dad's bathroom is on the other side of the wall. As I walked in, it sounded like someone held some glass above their head and slammed it down into the tile next to me, as hard as they could. I felt the impact through my feet. The vibrations were strong. The shattering sound was so loud my husband heard it in the bedroom. That evening, I asked my dad if anything fell in his bathroom. The only explanation I would have for this. Nothing fell. Nothing was moved. Somehow, that seems worse than if something were there and had broke as soon as I entered the room. And no, I wasn't stomping. I don't know what to think or do. Before that happened, I was feeling uncomfortable when I would go to sleep alone, like something might peek around the corner, or something might be in the same room with me. And now the feeling's worse. Any advice or thoughts? Today, I became a believer in the paranormal. My Nan passed away 5 weeks ago. Although she'd been poorly for a long time, no one was expecting her to pass the way she did. It all happened very fast. We had a tumultuous relationship. Amongst other things, she stopped saying "I love you" back to me. I'd tried twice in the run-up to her death. The last time I spoke to her was through text. I'd decided not to bother saying "I love you" anymore, as it hurts to not hear it back. I feel immense guilt, not just saying it to her one more time. Fast forward today. I went and viewed her body, as it's her funeral Monday. Just to preface this, I've never believed in anything paranormal. I've always been very certain you die and that's it. The woman that worked there said she'd stay with me for a couple minutes to make sure I was okay, as unfortunately there were obvious signs of decomposition. Nothing odd happened in those 2 minutes. She left, then stood next to the light above my head flickered. Oh, just weird wiring, I thought. I said "I love you" and "I miss you." It flickered again. I stood there silently crying for a couple more minutes. The lights didn't flash. Then I said, "I'm so sorry. I'm such a shitty granddaughter. I'm keeping my promise and wearing your necklace every day." The lights flickered again. That's when I started wondering if it was her trying to talk back to me. I stood there silently for a few more minutes. I asked, "Are you here with me?" The lights flickered again. Then I said, "I hope you are okay, wherever that is." More flickering lights. I stroked her hair for a couple minutes and gave her forehead a kiss, and then I said, "I'm going to leave now. I love you." The lights flickered again. It's worth mentioning that the light fitted had 4 bulbs in it, and all 4 were flickering. This was spread out over 30 minutes. Emotionally, I have no idea how to process this. Single-handedly the most bizarre experience of my life, that it was so cathartic. I was nervous going into the room as the woman who worked there warned me that she was in bad condition. But as soon as I walked in the room with her, I felt totally fine, if not warm and reassured. My 3 ghost experiences. I had my first encounter while I was at work one evening. It was a little late, and a coworker and I were staying behind to clean up after the others had left for the day, which is something we do regularly. I was going about my business and cleaning up. When we were done and heading back to the sluice, my coworker and BFF noticed I had a pretty large oil stain in the shape of a handprint on my upper back. At first, I was suspicious of my coworker, thinking that she had placed it on my back. But we later compared her hand to the hand on my back, and her hand was too small. Thinking back on it, I never felt anyone put their hand on my back while I was working. That and the stain was so visible, if someone had actually had their hand on my back, they would have needed to keep it there for a while, and while I was moving about. I find this pretty freaky. I still have no clue where it came from or how it got there. My second and most recent encounter happened 2 days ago. The weather was pretty bad and the power ended up going out, halting production. The foreman and assistant foreman told us to go wait in the sluice, but it got a bit crowded, so we eventually shuffled into the cafeteria. My best friend and I were made to go clean up like usual, but since it was almost pitch black, we couldn't see shit and thus only finished off all the machines the best we could. We got back into the sluice, we both saw someone standing by the racks where we usually hang our clothes, but when we got around the corner and out from behind one of the shoe racks, there was no one there. We looked into the foreman's office that is attached to the stairwell, and he looked to the other sluice that is right beside the one we use, but no one was there. The weirdest part is we both saw 2 different ghosts. I saw a short and stubby one, while my friend saw a tall and lanky one. By far the weirdest experience I've had so far. My mom saw the white lady in West Africa in the 80s. When I was in middle school, my mom was born in Continental Benin, a country situated in West Africa, which was colonized by the French and the Portuguese. She told me a story she never told anyone else. She was 12, so it was in the early 80s. It was very late at night, and she was sneaking up to her friend to go to her house. It was a full moon and the streets were flooded. My mom was walking an extremely dirty part of the city, which would have been the slums. No one else was outside at this moment. The streets were dead empty. Suddenly, she felt a strong and cold wind forcing past by. In her words. This is when she spotted something in the distance, thanks to the street lamps. A pale white lady dressed in a long white dress and a robe, reaching her ankles with a blue belt. I think, or perhaps a ribbon, around her waist. She was wearing a white veil, or something white, hiding her hair, according to my mom. Her brown hair was long and curly, and she was doing this creepy pose, her arms in front of her body with her hands joined together, and her lower arms raised a bit. And the most creepy part, she was smiling. According to my mom, the strong wind came from this lady who slowly was walking towards her. Obviously, as most would give in the context, my mom was a little West African girl who never met a white person in her life. She straight up was horrified and felt chills, so she ran for her life to her friend's house. When she reached her friend's door, she turned. The lady wasn't there anymore. I always wondered and tried to come up with a logical explanation for this. First of all, I have a typical strict West African mom who isn't the kind to make up jokes and lies to scare her kids. She doesn't even believe in ghosts. Secondly, I have no explanation as to what white woman would be doing that part at night in this part of the city where my mom was born, especially dressed this way. My mom has been living in France half of her life now, and she's convinced, just like she was at the time, that she encountered the Virgin Mary. As a child, she came from the Muslim upbringing, and it's only when she came to France she got into the Catholic faith. Now she's in her 50s and still convinced that what she saw, and I believe what she saw, not her explanation for it though. Something wanted to hurt me while another entity warned my parents upstairs. So my whole life, I had minor experiences with the paranormal. Things like hearing someone say my name or footsteps when I'm alone in a house or at work. However, I've had two bigger experiences, and this is the scary one. When I, a 40-year-old female, was 20, my parents rented a house. They let me take over the basement. My parents' room, along with my sister's room and an office, were on the second floor with the living room. We had no issues when we first moved in, or for the first few months, which I truly believe was because my friend of mine was staying with me in the basement. After she was kicked out of her house, she stayed with us only till she was able to get her own place. However, as soon as she left, I began waking up at 2 a.m. every night and seeing a dark shadow across the room. At first, I thought maybe it was my eyes playing tricks on me, and just tried to ignore it. Around this time, though, I began to get a bad feeling down there, and started more time upstairs when just hanging out at home. I was working at a pub, and so I would often be at home during the day, alone with my parents. They were at work, and my sister was in school. It was at this time I started hearing footsteps walk up and down the hallway on the second floor, which I later found out my mom would hear if she was home alone as well. But whatever was upstairs felt peaceful. Now this is where it gets a little scary. I started to realize that the dark figure I would see at night was getting closer. I didn't notice right away because it would just stand there. But each night, it was about one step closer than the night before. Now, looking back, I probably should have moved into the office upstairs when I got my bed, but I didn't. The last night I stayed in the basement, I woke up to this black shadow on top of me. I felt as though I could not breathe, and I started to panic, and at the same time, I couldn't move at all. It was terrifying. I felt like it lasted forever, and yet it was most likely only a few minutes. I took my blanket and pillow, ran up the stairs, and slept on the couch in the living room. The next morning, when my mother woke up and saw me sleeping on the couch, she asked me why. When I told her what happened, she looked pale, like all the blood drained from her face. Then she told me at the same time, she and my dad, who was very much a non-believer, had a very similar experience, only strangely not as scary, more like a warning. We only used the basement for storage after that. To this day, we think whatever was upstairs was trying to warn my parents of what was happening to me downstairs. Pennies landing on me. I'm pretty new to all this stuff. I've just had some spooky stuff happen in my flat lately. I live in Edinburgh in Scotland, and this flat is about 250 years old, which isn't unusual here. I don't know much about the history, except it was part of a larger tenement block, which was mostly destroyed during the Blitz. Anyway, I've lived in this flat for almost 2 years, with no problems. Then about a month ago, I got up to go to the toilet. When I was in the hallway, my bedroom door slammed shut behind me. I jumped but rationalized that it couldn't have been a draft. Then about 2 weeks ago, I was in the shower when a 2-piece, a large round coin, landed on my shoulder and fell into the bath. The only thing above me was the shower head in the ceiling. Then, a few days ago, I was lying on top of my bed, on my back, texting, when a pound coin bounced off my chest. Again, the only thing above me is the ceiling. I phoned a psychic hotline on Google because I was spooked. She couldn't tell me anything about what it was, except to burn sage and open the windows, which I have done. However, last night, a book from my bookshelf fell out of the shelf and onto the floor. It gave me such a scare. I'm not sure what to do now. I should say, I don't get a bad feeling, like I think whatever it is okay, but it's freaking me out because it's, well, the unknown, I guess. Do I ignore it? Is it trying to tell me something? What do I do? When I was about 5 or 6, my mother worked at a nursing home called the Bryant Center. I would often be picked up by her after school and taken to go sit in the employee break room until she got off her shift. It was in a corner of a basement. For reference, the building is built into the side of a hill. It had 2 or 3 stories, but by the time you got to the street, you could only see the 2nd or 3rd floor at ground level. My mom worked down there in the invalid ward, people who were permanently bedbound. And incidentally, the building used to be the county hospital, and the basement was originally the morgue. Now my mom saw a lot of strange shit while she was there, including a dark man wearing a hat that had a dog with red eyes, and a patient being thrown around by the unseen force despite being paralyzed by a stroke. While screaming about, she had made a deal with the devil, and he was there to take her soul. And the elevators randomly changing floors and opening, and the sound of footsteps coming down the hall. But no one was there. She also routinely heard babies crying and even saw a baby crawling down the hallway in the middle of the night shift. It disappeared into the old morgue. My story, however, is about me. Just across from the parking lot door and the corner where the break room was located was a security desk built into the opposite corner where the 2 halls met. The security guard was my buddy. He was a black guy who would listen to me prattle on and ask me about what I was watching in the break room TV. He would give me quarters for the vending machine to just go get snacks when I was hungry. My mom was pretty broke at the time, and school lunch had been a long time ago, and I had longer still till dinner at 7, so my security guard buddy was the shit. He went off on rounds every hour or so, and sometimes my mom would pop into the break room and ask if I was all right. She'd ask where I got the honey bun from, and I told her the security guard gave me a quarter. She'd give me a weird look, but I figured she was just having a stranger danger moment and being Gen X. Fast forward years later, my mom just had a knee replacement, and at the same time, I caught pertussis while pregnant. So we're both laying in bed, binging on Netflix, and I go to ask her, hey, what was that dude's name, the security guard, who used to buy me all those honey buns? Remember the skinny black dude? And my mom told me that not only did they not have a security guard at that time, but also at the time there were no black employees, and there were no female nurses. Only black employees were female nurses. Never been able to figure it out. I would say it's a false memory, but how did I get the money? Any ideas? All the doors swung open at 3 a.m., the night 2 loved ones committed suicide. Baby giggles at voice. This happened 9 years ago during my husband's deployment. We lived in military housing. It was just me and my 19-month-old son in the house. My aunt and I were very close. She died of ovarian cancer 2 months before my son was born. I stayed with her through hospice care. She tried really hard to stay alive until his birth. I'm glad she at least got to feel him kick and move around. That day was normal. I spent a couple hours chatting with a childhood friend. Went to bed like normal. I get woken up at 3 a.m. to every door on the second floor slamming open at once. The force they slammed open put the holes in the wall. I nearly pissed myself. I sit up and freeze, trying to process what just happened. Silence. Then I heard my aunt's voice, baby talking and cooing my son from his room. My son is responding to each time I hear her voice. He's squealing, giggling, baby belly laughing, and shaking the crib. So I hear her, baby responds, hear her, baby responds, and so on. This went on a couple minutes. I start bawling my eyes out because I've missed hearing her voice so much. I get up and start walking to my son's room. They're still continuing till I enter the room. Her voice stops. My son is all happy and riled up. I took him and we went to sleep downstairs. I was too freaked out to stay up there. I spent the rest of the deployment sleeping on the couch. The next day, my nerves were shot. I tried contacting my friend, but didn't hear from him. I tried contacting my uncle to see what he was doing. Didn't hear from him either. Called my cousin and found out my uncle killed himself because he didn't want to live without my aunt anymore. The childhood friend I was talking to committed suicide that night too. He was talking to all of his loved ones before he took his life. He didn't sound depressed or off. It was the usual banter about the outdoors and science fiction. He always was the strong, happy one in the group, still dealing with the survivor's guilt. I patched the holes in the wall. That never happened again with the doors. I don't drink or do drugs. I've been in therapy, and I have anxiety and depression, but nothing that causes delusions like that. I'm not into the New Age spiritual stuff, so this was very strange for me. Finishing the fast class for my MBA after that was really hard. That was the worst week of my life so far. I lost 2 loved ones in the same night from suicide. This experience was the weirdest paranormal encounter I've ever had. Immediate family sees grandpa on separate occasions. Background. My grandfather died when I was 3, and my mom was his only birth daughter. My mom had my little brother when I was 9, and also met my stepdad around this time. Fast forward a bit, I'm around 10 or 11. My mom and I recently moved in with my dad, and my little brother was still sleeping in a crib. My room was at the end of the hallway, and my brother's room was right next to mine. It was nighttime. I was doing God knows what in my room, and my brother was asleep in his. For whatever reason, I left my room, probably to get a snack or something else superbly tempting. The hall light was on, and my brother's light was off, but his door was open. I walked right past, thinking nothing at first, but I saw something weird out of the corner of my eye. There was a rocking chair facing my brother's crib, a real chair, not a ghost chair. And I thought I'd seen the silhouette of a figure sitting, rocking, watching my little brother sleep. It was large, overweight looking, with a distinct flat top haircut, a very familiar silhouette. Of course, I did a double take and it was gone. I was both perplexed and intrigued. Abandoning my previous mission, I walked to the attached garage where my parents were hanging out. I opened the door and looked at my parents and said, "Hi, weirdest thing just happened. I think I saw Papa in the room in the rocking chair." Of course, I thought they would chuckle. That is really weird. And we'd laugh a bit, and then I'd go back to whatever 10-year-old me was doing, but they didn't laugh. Their eyes got wide and their mouths dropped open. They looked at each other, then back at me. I'm a little weirded out now. I'm like, what? They were silent for a minute. Then one of them asked, "Are you serious?" I confirmed and reiterated my story. My parents then proceeded to tell the both of them they had also seen my papa, each on separate occasions. My mom also saw him in the rocking chair watching my brother, and my dad saw him in the side of the garage door. Apparently, they had told each other about their own personal experiences beforehand and had laughed it off, like I had planned to do, until they heard mine. Now we're all convinced that we really do see my papa. I don't think this was mass psychosis sort of a situation, because we hadn't brought up my papa in conversation at all recently, which is why I thought it was weird and interesting that I'd see him in the first place. Conclusion. This is a true story. I'm not going to try to convince anyone otherwise. If you don't believe me, you don't, and that's fine. I've only told people in my inner circle, but I thought it's been 20 or so years since it happened. We have the internet now, so might as well share with the world. My coworker showed up one day as someone else. 4 years ago, I trained a new worker who was honestly a nice guy at the time, early 30s, seemingly healthy, very much into yoga, had a beautiful girlfriend, etc. He seemed very balanced and healthy. I'll name him Coworker A. We had another longtime coworker who was sort of a Mr. Popular with the managers, but honestly super annoying, really large personality. People mutually could only take him in small doses. He was essentially the embodiment of a TikTok frat boy who would randomly dance on the job and freestyle. Extremely annoying. Anyway, I'll name him Coworker B. Now, before I explain, I should include this workplace sucks. Barely holds a single star on Indeed. It's a large factory with no windows, toxic management, long hours. It's very hard on most people's mental health. So anyway, roughly a year in, Coworker A started changing. He and I were mutually friendly to one another, so we would have long, civilized discussions about interesting things. But something was really out of place when he mentioned his new beliefs about the world being flat and a hologram moon theory. It was really unlike the old version of him who was super rational. I sort of shrugged it off and said it was probably a phase or he's trolling. Fast forward a few weeks. Coworker A has seemingly took a lot of interest in Coworker B and sort of develops his mannerisms, but in a more endearing way. Kind of copying his silly dances and laughing. Seemed harmless, but as months go past, he continued to dance more and more, to the point we had to ask him to stop by supervisors. He would even be moving around the morning meetings, using all the same mannerisms and phrases as Coworker B. This really started to creep out Coworker B to the point he switched shifts. We theorized maybe he was on drugs, but Coworker A was very vocal against all substance use, including alcohol and weed. He was also a vegan. Where things change for the worse is when coworker B ends up getting with the new hire at work. She ends up becoming his girlfriend. They move in together, etc. This is when coworker A shows up to work using coworker B's name, even signing himself in on the logbook as him, referring to himself as B all morning. Then later that day, A stands up on a work table screaming, "I'm in love with coworker B's girlfriend," by name, with his arms spread out across in a Jesus formation, face to the ceiling. The whole place was silent, and afterwards he ended up standing in a corner with the broom sweeping nothing for the next several hours. He wouldn't turn around from the corner either, not even when tapped on the shoulder, called by name. The only thing I saw him away from that corner was when it was time to go home. He was the last one out. Unfortunately, my job being QC, I'm always among the last ones to go out as well. Despite both of us being the last in the building, I did my best to act normal when passing him in the hallway. I glanced at him. He looked directly at me, head tilted down, making a pseudo-snarling dog face, eyebrows in a V, tongue and teeth out. The next day, our boss decided coworker A needed to go to the hospital, so we actually made an appointment and got him in with an Uber. He was put on leave for a week, the security guards who I was friends with told me. He was showing up in the middle of the night, trying to do signs for work in the card reader, sometimes at 2 and 3 a.m. Anyway, surprisingly, a week later, coworker A comes back and seems somewhat normal, almost like he has no recollection of anything he did. He even wrote an entire album on his phone in the time, which surprisingly was better than I thought it would be. But I noticed it was all love lyrics, sort of wanky country love songs. As things seemed to normalize with coworker A, he started to really want to hang out with me and go for a hike and throw axes at trees. I sort of didn't agree or disagree and told him I'd get back to him on that, as I secretly was a little on edge. He asked me later that day if I was still down, and I said, unfortunately, I had other obligations. He said, "Well, I can't throw an axe at your face then." And I laughed, not knowing how to react at all. I told the manager about that, and he just kind of scratched his head uncomfortably and shrugged his shoulders. Anyway, coworker A ends up finding coworker B's address due to a work get-together where everyone was invited and someone leaked it to coworker A. They eventually find rocks and sticks in weird formations on the doorstep like shrines. They eventually find, and we all collectively knew it was A. Things got really weird when they actually found A looking through their window at night. He was also scratching the windows with his nails, calling out B's name, repeatedly whispering, "B, I need to tell you something." This is when our manager finally decided to take action and agreed to fire A. 4 years later, coworker A still stalks coworker B and their girlfriend, who has been getting a restraining order against him. He annually makes new Facebook accounts and adds all 200 plus workers who used to work there, as the place got shut down. He uses a new name each time with a different selfie. He sends a message to each one of us saying, "Hey you, it's B from work." So I guess my question is, what would this behavior be called? And how did such a normal, likable, level-headed person turn into this? Is there a term for this behavior? What would your diagnosis be? One of my friends had the balls to ask him in a reply, which I can share a screenshot of, if he recalls anything, which he doesn't seem to. But he sure remembers B's ex-girlfriend and says some extremely concerning things about how she's the only one and the only one. I'm the bigger one, she's the smaller one. He was put on this earth essentially to save her. He also seemingly has no support at all from family or anything that is working at a new job. Living alone, unattended. I feel like this is sort of a risk, no? Anyway, interested in some of your feedback and what we might be dealing with. My dead pet visited me from the afterlife. Death has always been a difficult topic for me to discuss with others, particularly when it consists of the ones I lost, coming back to pay me a visit. I got my first kitty cat on July 4th, 2004, for my then 9th birthday. I remember walking into the store looking at the individual cages stacked up on top of each other for adoption day. Star's cage was at the very top. As I peered into his box, this small black ball of fur with big neon green eyes stared back at me. Amongst his black fur was a white star in his belly. It's kind of like the Sneetches from Dr. Seuss. My heart melted in a matter of milliseconds. I begged my mom to adopt him, and she explained, "Cats are a huge responsibility, kiddo. Do you promise to love him unconditionally for the rest of your life? This includes when he no longer can take care of himself." I fiercely shook my head, telling her that I would love him until the day I die. Ever since that moment, Star became my best friend. He was the sweetest damn cat a little girl could ask for, and would literally do tricks, similar to a dog. He learned to come by his name, climb ladders, sit for chicken scraps, and roll over. Star also helped me get through a lot of dark times in my life, such as physical abuse from alcoholic parents, getting bullied at school, my mom's suicide, and having to move to another state with a different family. I loved every bit of my fur-covered companion. When I turned 17, his health drastically deteriorated. I told him, "Now, Star, you can't go just yet. You gotta stay a bit longer to see my first home. That's where you're gonna live out your final days, old boy." My SO and I saved up the money for this lovely rental home that was everything we ever wanted. Star managed to kick it for another 4 months before we set off his course for that inevitable bridge to the other side. What was nice is that our small town vet performed Star's euthanasia in his favorite spot on the couch in our home. The month following was really hard on me. I was heavily distraught. Every night I would hear his bell on his collar and his purr echo into my ear. I'd feel his heavy warmth pressed down next to my side of my bed when I laid down. I would have vivid dreams of him beckoning me to the hallway with his meows. While I was awake, I would see quick glimpses of black flash down our hallway. Once, when I was crying in the living room, his picture flew at me from the bookshelf. I told my significant other, but they thought I was losing it. A month exactly after Star died, my significant and other were arguing about something incredibly asinine. During the time, we had issues that we just couldn't get past. I was in the bedroom when my significant other stormed off in the main room before quickly coming back. They looked pale as a ghost and stated through trembling teeth, "Honey, there's something you need to, see." I followed them into the front room and watched as their shaking pointer finger pointed at Star's final resting place, on her couch. You could see indented paw prints that led to the exact area Star had died in. My heart pounded. I grabbed Star's painted paw print keepsake off the shelf and compared it to the prints on the cushion. I couldn't believe it. It was the exact match. We didn't have any other animals beside a huge dog who had been sleeping in the back bedroom. We looked at each in disbelief, and my significant other told me that they believed me, every last word, and that they were sorry. We worked past our problem. I think it was honestly Star's last gift to me from the spirit realm. Ever since that day, I've not felt Star. I don't hear him or see him anymore. The dreams I have of him concluded. Every fiber of him is left, and only my memories remain. It's been 2 years now, and we're going through the process of buying our rental property. I'd like to tell myself that he really did stick around to see my first home.